Hello and welcome to the David 67 Celtic YouTube channel, late night version for the last hour or so of the summer 2025 transfer window. All in all, it's been a rather busy day with lots and lots of stories, lots and lots of rumours. Lots and lots of hope being built up, but here we are, 1 hour to go in the transfer window, and absolutely nothing happening. There are two stories that are said to be ongoing with regards to Celtic bringing in players prior to the end of the transfer window, but it's been a day of lots of hopes, lots of expectation, but not terribly much happening, and have to say it's all rather dispiriting, or rather disappointing. Usually I'm a big optimist, try and always see the bright side of life when it comes to Celtic, but the last couple of weeks or so of the transfer window have been very, very disappointing, very, very frustrating. And I'm sure it's a sentiment that lots of us are sharing at the moment. I think there are some positives to take from the transfer window, which we can talk about as we go through. The blame for things not going as expected or as hoped needs to be shared around amongst everybody involved. I think a lot of folk are putting the blame 100% on the board. I think that's unfair. I think personally, and this is my own personal opinion, and doesn't mean my opinion's right, and everybody's got their own opinion, and everybody's opinion is right and justified, and it's very hard to know what exactly is going on or not going on, because all the dealings with the board, recruitment, contracts, etc., is all done behind closed doors, not shared in the public. And so we have to rely on rumours from journalists and supposed inside sources and websites and transfer experts. And as the last couple of weeks have proven, transfer experts, the people at Sky, the Fabrizio Romanos, and similar people don't seem to know quite what they're talking about either, because on Friday, it looked like, according to nearly all the transfer experts involved in British, Scottish, and European football, that Casper Dolberg was coming to Celtic. That story had a lot of traction and support over the weekend. Casper Dolberg, Anderlecht player, Danish international, scored goals wherever he's been. Quite a number of stories on Friday were saying that Celtic and Anderlecht had come to a price of 8.5 million, that Celtic had made that bid. Anderlecht were happy to accept that bid. It then appears that Casper Dolberg decided he didn't want to come to Scotland, didn't want to come to Celtic, and was, according to several different sources, quite happy to hold out until the next transfer window in January, as he didn't want to leave Anderlecht to come to Scotland. He would happily leave Anderlecht to go to other countries, Germany, England, Holland, several others, but he didn't fancy coming to Scottish football. As you can see from the screen there, his contract with Anderlecht doesn't run out till the end of June 2027, so he's got just under 2 years left on his contract. That means that his club can quite happily keep hold of him for another year or so, and when his contract's got under 12 months to go, then they are much more in a position where they need to consider selling him for money or risk losing him for absolutely nothing at all. And so at the moment, it would appear that Casper Dolberg decided he wasn't going to come to Celtic, And then over the course of today, stories are saying that his ex-club Ajax in Holland, who had sold a player to Sunderland, were looking for a replacement for their striker. And last stories I read half an hour ago was that Casper Dolberg was going traveling to Holland, obviously not a big distance from Belgium to Holland, for a medical and signing. Story slightly confusingly was talking about him having his medical and signing tomorrow, which would make me think that the transfer window either in Holland is a bit longer than it is in the rest of mainland Europe, or that there's something wrong with that particular news story. So would appear that any hopes of Casper Dolberg coming to Celtic have completely and utterly and totally gone. It would appear from what several sources are saying that Celtic had paid the fee of 8.5 million, because that's what the similar news stories are saying that Anderlecht are getting from Ajax, approximately 10 million euros, which is approximately £8.5 million. So it does appear that Celtic might well have offered the right amount of money, but it was Dolberg who decided he didn't want to come to Celtic, and certainly there were quite a number of stories on Friday, especially, that were saying that it was Dolberg who was the one who was holding up the deal. It wasn't Celtic and it wasn't Anderlecht, but we may never know, because as I said, all these things are kept behind closed doors. Briefly, at one point, another player Briefly, at one point in the afternoon, Celtic were apparently looking to buy or loan a very, very good young French under-21 international called Sekou Mara of Strasbourg. He was thought to be valued around about £5 million. At that point, there was talk about Celtic maybe loaning him for the season with a buy clause at the end. That story quickly seemed to disappear, and the last story I read regarding Sekou Mara was that he was going to be loaned or bought instead by Auxerre, another French top division team. Sekou Mara, player with very, very good early career at Bordeaux, then went to Southampton. Southampton's 64 games, 8 goals, 5 assists. When he was bought by Southampton, he was a £13 million player. Southampton got rid of him after a couple of not terribly good seasons, and then went to Strasbourg, and with them last season, 27 games, 3 goals and 1 assist, and hasn't actually played for Strasbourg this year. But he now appears to be definitely not going to be a Celtic player, and off to Auxerre if he's going anywhere. Other wee story that went on through the day was that both Hae-Young Yang and Adam Idah were going to be definitely leaving the club. As it turned out, the Hae-Young Yang story disappeared. Birmingham were going to sign him for £3 million with various different add-ons, sell-on clauses, goals per game, etc. But Birmingham pulled out of the deal around about tea time, and Yang is now back with Celtic. Not sure if the Asian-based players like Yang and the Japanese players have got international duties with this international window, or whether all of them are going to be with Scotland back in Scotland for the international break. But Yang is back at Celtic. There is mention with regards to Hae-Young Yang that he may be going to Belgium. Belgium appears to still have its transfer window open for a few more days. And so there was some talk of Ha Yang going off to Belgian football. So we'll see whether that actually transpires over the next couple of weeks, because their window stays open apparently a few days or a week longer. Just on a similar story, many of you remember that we had another South Korean player, Hyung Ju Oh. We sold him to another club in Belgium, Genk, for around about 4 million. And when I last read the stories about Oh, he was being sold from Genk to Stuttgart for something along the lines of 22 to 24 million pounds. And so it does suggest that maybe Brendan Rodgers got his assessments wrong when he dumped O and sold him to Genk in Belgium. And similar stories with regards Kwon, who was dumped off to French football, where he apparently had a very good start to his season. Similarly, Luis Palma, another player that Brendan Rodgers thought was no good and not good enough for Celtic. He's actually had a very good, promising start to his career in Polish football with Lech Poznan. Gustav Lagerbielke's had a decent start to his season with Braga in Portuguese football. Marco Tilio only played one game so far for Rapid Vienna, but got a 6.9 out of 10 rating, and apparently had a good one half for Rapid Vienna before being subbed off, but had created some chances, good passes, good crosses, good runs. So another player that Brendan Rodgers thought was no good for Celtic. However, around about tea time, just when the Ha Yang stories were disappearing, the transfer was confirmed for Adam Idah going off to Swansea. That's thought to be a £6 million transfer fee with £1 million in add-ons. Adam Idah, 24 years old, 5 goals in 32 games for Ireland. In his Celtic career, pretty decent when you actually look at his figures. 76 games, 29 goals, 3 assists. So scoring at 1 goal every 2.5 games, which is a pretty decent scoring rate, especially when we remember that a lot of Idah's games for Celtic were as a sub coming on late in the game rather than making a series of starts in one goal. And his actual rating of scoring minutes per goal is actually a very, very decent rating. In his first season with Celtic, the loan season, he scored 1 goal every 90 minutes, and last season he scored 1 goal every 120 minutes, which was considerably better than Kyogo's scoring rate and frequency over those 2 years with Celtic. So anyway, Adam Idah off to Swansea, 6 million plus 1 million. So we're losing about £2 million on the transfer fee we paid around about this time last year with Adam Idah. I'm quite sad to see Adam Idah go, especially because we don't seem at this point to have anybody bought in to replace him. As I said, if the Casper Dolberg deal was guaranteed on Friday, I would have no qualms with selling Adam Idah today. And I thought with Adam Idah being sold at tea time this evening, that meant that Celtic had someone definitely coming in to replace him, or 2 people coming in to replace him, which supposedly was what Celtic's target was in the morning. But here we are, half an hour or so to go before the end of the transfer window, and it doesn't look like Celtic have got anybody coming in the door. Just double checking the BBC Sports site there. Nothing coming up for Celtic as we stand. Now, so Celtic are linked closely with one player, a player called Sebastian Tunetki of Hammarby. He's 23 years old, Tunisian international. So he was born in Norway of Tunisian parents, now plays for internationally for Tunisia, but plays now in Swedish football for Hammarby, a club that Celtic have sent scouts off to see on a very regular basis. We've never quite known who our scouts were going to see at Hammarby, but it does look like Sebastian Tunetki was one of them. Tunetki has played for quite a number of different clubs over his short career, 6 different clubs. He's had a couple of spells away on loan, and has had a brief career at Hammarby. He was only bought by Hammarby in February of 2025, so we're just talking, 7 months ago. He was bought for £1 million 6-7 months ago. And his career with Hammarby over that time, 27 games, 3 goals, 5 assists, so not exactly a great output. And over his career, 138 games, 17 goals, 11 assists, so again, not the greatest of outputs. However, he is reputed to be one of the best young players in Swedish football, and has gained a very good reputation in Sweden and around Europe of being a very promising player. Good quality wide player, plays both sides, more so down the left. Very good passing ratings. However, goal conversion rate just at 7%, which isn't terribly good, particularly because Celtic do like their wide players to be able to score goals as well. His shots per game, again, also a bit disappointing, 0.6 shots per game. So that's not terribly good. And loses possession 12.1 times per game on average, which is a wee bit on the high side. And so, as I say, player with a big reputation. Celtic had been pursuing him for maybe 10, 14 days. The stories were that Hammarby were looking for a specific fee, which was somewhere in the region of 5.2 to 5.5 million when converting it from kroners back to English. And it would appear that earlier in the day, around about lunchtime, the stories were that Hammarby said they were never going to sell Sebastian Tunetki, and then suddenly at tea time, it was said that a deal had been agreed somewhere between 5.2 million and 5.5 million. That's certainly been backed up by lots of different sources online, BBC, Sky, various different newspaper sites and football sites. And the story that I heard at tea time was that Tunetki was flying to Scotland for a medical and to sign his contract, etc., get all the paperwork done. But here we are at 10:23, so 37 minutes to go until the end of the transfer window, and Tunetki doesn't appear to have been in Scotland, according to any of Sky, BBC, etc. So maybe that story is bogus, like so many of the stories have been bogus. So, to answer your question, Stephen Clark, we have not signed anyone yet. There's still time. Around about this time, 12 months ago, when we signed 3 players on the last evening. So we signed Austin Trusty around about tea time on the last day of the transfer window. He came in for approximately £6 million from Sheffield United. At that point, Arnie Engels was flying from Germany to London, then London to Glasgow. His flight got delayed flying from London to Glasgow, so he only actually arrived at Glasgow airport around about 10 p.m. Happily, he got to Celtic Park in time to sign his contract and all the paperwork. He was signed just before the 11 o'clock stage, and around about 10ish on the last evening of the transfer window, Luke McCowan was sold from Dundee to Celtic, and again, Celtic managed to get all the paperwork done and Luke McCowan across to sign his contracts, and so his deal actually went through formally after 10 o'clock at night, after 11 o'clock at night, although the paperwork had to be signed before 11 and all agreed with the Scottish Football Associations, Scottish Football Associations, and UEFA, etc. So there is still time, and as I say, 12 months ago, on the last day of the transfer window, we were in a similar position with 2 deals waiting to get ratified very, very close to 11 o'clock. So maybe history will repeat itself. So Stephen's saying, this has been a miserable window, boys and girls. Let's be honest, we should be pushing forward, but Sunday looked like we've only went backwards. Well, so the BBC are suggesting that the Tunetki deal might be going through, but there's nothing official there. What I would personally say with regards to the transfer window is that at the start of the transfer window, I thought we actually didn't do too bad at all. We got Kieran Tierney in. I thought that's a good signing, assuming that his fitness improves over the next few weeks, and he starts to be able to play at near Kieran Tierney ability for 90 minutes per game, rather than playing 60 to 70 minutes and then going off looking rather tired and bedraggled and losing his energy. So if the Tierney deal works out well, I think that's a really good signing. I think that Benjamin Negrin, really talented player, very versatile. He's been a wee bit inconsistent. I think part of the reason is that I don't think Brendan Rodgers quite knows how best to use Benjamin Negrin. He's been used a lot as a central midfielder, attacking midfielder, when central midfield, attacking midfield was a position he didn't actually play very much at his previous clubs. Particularly in Danish football, he'd played a lot as a right winger, sometimes a left winger, quite often as a central striker all by himself, sometimes as a second striker behind another striker. And so central midfield, which is where he is playing most of the time for Celtic, was never his number one position. Rodgers has been very, very certain that he is to be a central midfielder. He's to be a number 8 / number 10 in Celtic's tactics. He was played out wide against Rangers on Sunday. Didn't work terribly well. Whether that was Negrin's lack of ability to take on and beat a defender, whether it was Rodgers' game plan for Balikwisha and for Negrin not to take on the fullbacks, I don't know. It seemed like Celtic's formation and tactics and mentality on Sunday was to be patient, lots of lateral passes, lots of backward passes, and a complete lack of forward passes. Whether that's the players, whether that's Rodgers, whether it's lack of ability, lack of confidence, could well be all these different things. But it does seem odd that a player like Balikwisha and Negrin, who are able to take on defenders when they're playing for other clubs, don't seem to be taking on players and beating them for pace or beating them with trickery and dribbling skills. So it does seem odd that those players who could do it at other clubs aren't doing it when they play for Celtic. It could well be that once Negrin and Balikwisha get fully in with the rest of the players, that they settle down, learn partnerships with different players. So partnerships down the left with Tierney, McGregor, Hatate, Engels, McCowan, on down the right side with Ralston or Donovan. Hopefully Alsa Johnson gets back nice and quickly, because I think the last couple of weeks since he injured himself have been a big indication of how much we rely on his ability as a defender and as an attacker and a player to overlap. I think had we had an overlapping fullback who overlapped in the second Kira Almaty game, I think that would have been a big bonus for us. Similarly so in the game against Rangers at the weekend. So just looking at the BBC site, the news on the BBC at 22:30 BST British Summertime, it says, hold up Celtic fans, we have news of a possible attacking target to bring you. So maybe this is the signs that Tunetki has arrived in Glasgow and he's on his way to Celtic Park or Lennoxtown or wherever they're going to sign him and medicalise him, or whether it's the other player that Celtic are said to be looking at. The other player Celtic are being said to be looking at is a player at Chelsea called David Datro Fofana, 22-year-old striker from the Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire. 3 games for them, 5'11" tall, currently valued at 5.2 million, although he was bought by Chelsea 3 years ago for 10.3 million from Molde in Norway. He plays as a centre forward primarily, but also has played often as a right and left winger. And Stephen. All right, so I apologize. I haven't been able to keep up with all the various different stories. Certainly, Charlton were a team that were said to be in for him. Also said to be Bristol City were in for him. All right, okay. So certainly Charlton were the team that Chelsea had been talking about. So I will take away the Fofana. All I was going to say was Fofana actually, when he signed for Chelsea from Molde, was a very promising player, a player that a lot of teams in Europe were looking for. His career since he's moved from Molde to Chelsea hasn't been so promising. He had unsuccessful loan spell at Burnley, unsuccessful loan spell at Union Berlin. He was doing quite well at Göztepe in Turkey, but then got himself injured, and so that curtailed that loan deal. So if he has signed for Charlton, I do apologise. Again, it was said at tea time that Celtic had the bid for Tunetki accepted, and they were in negotiations with Chelsea to sign Fofana on loan. So I do apologise. I can only keep up to date with what I can keep up to date with. Yes, so Stephen, I fully agree. If we had signed Fofana on a loan deal, particularly a loan deal with a purchase price at the end of 5, 6, 7 million pounds, I actually would have been very happy. I've read a few people's comments on other websites and YouTube sites, etc., saying that Celtic are scraping the bottom of the barrel. What I would say is David Datro Fofana, had he signed for us on loan or as a purchase, I would have been very happy with, because of his reputation 2 or 3 years ago when he was one of the most promising players, strikers in Europe. Admittedly, his recent spell hasn't been terribly good. Not the easiest thing going out on loan to clubs. Anyway, we'll move on from David Fofana. I'll just take that off the screen. So I don't know what people's feelings are regarding this, but the BBC Scotland sports side chap Keradine Idsan saying that so it's talking about another player that Celtic were linked with previously. So again, I've got no way of corroborating the story. I'm just going from what the BBC journalist is saying. It's talking about former Leicester City striker Kelechi Iheanacho is a Celtic transfer target to fill in the role as a striker. Currently at Sevilla, well known to Brendan Rodgers from his time at Leicester, and was a Celtic target in January. And it said, is there time to get this over the line? The clubs would need to come to a quick agreement, it says. I find that story a wee bit difficult to believe. Kelechi Iheanacho was a very good striker playing for Leicester. It wasn't terribly successful when he moved to Spain. Was talk about him coming to Celtic. I think also was talk about him going to Middlesbrough. According to this, that Celtic are looking at the possibility of signing Iheanacho. It was news to me. I've not seen any kind of rumours regarding that all day long. So, again, if Iheanacho was coming to Celtic, again, happy with that player who has scored goals at the highest level, scored goals aplenty for Leicester when he was there with Brendan Rodgers. Obviously, a player that Brendan Rodgers knows, Brendan Rodgers trusts. A wee bit similar to the Jeffrey Schlupp deal in the January window this year. I think Jeffrey Schlupp, what most people would accept, was a success, not a massive success for Celtic. I personally would have been quite happy had Celtic looked to sign Jeffrey Schlupp for a couple of years at the end of his loan deal with Celtic. However, Brendan Rodgers apparently wasn't very keen on Jeffrey Schlupp staying at the club. I think Rodgers was very, very convinced he could convince Greg Taylor that Greg Taylor should stay at the club. I think Greg Taylor always was looking to move on. Don't think he fancied being an understudy to Kieran Tierney at Celtic. So I think Greg Taylor, as soon as that transfer of Kieran Tierney was in essence finalised in the January transfer window, although it didn't actually go through till the summer, I think as soon as that got finalised, Greg Taylor and his agent were looking for a move elsewhere. However, it does look like Rodgers wanted to keep convincing Taylor to stay. That fell through, and Jeffrey Schlupp has moved on to pastures new. So we'll see whether this late story of Iheanacho coming to Celtic turns out to be anything true. Nothing updating on Sebastian Tunetki. So if he is coming to Celtic and it's all going to get signed, we're cutting things very, very close to the wire. So any deal that is going to get approved has to be through. Any deal that's going to get done and ratified has to be, the paperwork's completed by 11 p.m. this night. The player can then have additional things, but all the paperwork has to be in and approved by 11 p.m. Then another hour or two before the story is fully confirmed. And that was kind of the deal with Engels and McCowan this time last year. The BBC are suggesting there's more information on the Iheanacho deal to come, so we'll cross the fingers that proves to be true. Getting back to what I was saying a wee bit earlier on about the early transfer window, so I think Negrin going to be a good signing. I think Tierney's going to be a good signing. I think Shin Yamada is going to be a good signing. I think he's shown an awful lot of promise. He had, I thought, when he and Forrest came on against Rangers on Sunday, that was about 20 minutes or so to go, just about, or just a wee bit more than that. I thought Forrest and Yamada showed a lot of pace, a lot of ability, a lot more aggression and attacking intent than any of the players before that. Forrest actually took a few people on, tried to beat them, and Yamada made quite a nice number of runs. He got himself fouled several times as well to buy free kicks in the Rangers half. Unfortunately, Engels and Negrin and the people taking the free kicks and corners didn't do a terribly good job. And the midfield and the fullbacks and the wide players all game long didn't do a terribly good job of either giving Dyson Maeda any service through the middle, nor did really Yamada have any particular goal-scoring opportunities. All right. Rightio. So what it's saying regarding Kelechi Iheanacho is that his contract with Sevilla has been terminated, so he's now a free agent. So Kelechi Iheanacho's deal with contract with Sevilla is now terminated, which means he's a free agent, which means that anybody can sign Iheanacho even if the transfer window is shut. So if the transfer window is shut, but a player is a free agent, as Iheanacho now is, you can sign him at any point you like between now and so you can sign him this evening, you can sign him tomorrow, you can sign him on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You can sign him any day of the year you like if the player is a free agent. It's only if the player is contracted to another club that the transfer window applies. So so the deal to sign Iheanacho wouldn't have to go through by 11 o'clock tonight. It could go through tonight, tomorrow, any day from now onwards. So whether that's part of the negotiations, whether Celtic and Iheanacho's agent have got back in contact with each other because of the Dolberg deal falling through, and then Iheanacho and Sevilla have got into negotiations about ending his contract. All right. Right. So interestingly, what I was saying regarding, he was apparently bound for Stuttgart for 22 million, 24 million, depending on your conversion of euros to pounds. But Stephen's saying that has failed his medical in Germany and is back at Genk. He certainly had a very successful time in Belgian football, got himself into the South Korean squad on a really regular basis. He's been starting quite a number of games for South Korea in their World Cup qualifying. So no doubt he's been a big success since he left Celtic. And he's one of quite a few players, as I was saying a wee bit earlier on, who's kind of slipped through our fingers. Also equally frustrating is the number of young players that we've let slip through our fingers. The most obvious example, of course, is Ben Doak, who seems to have changed his name just recently. But Ben Doak, obviously big success, moving to Liverpool, then on to Middlesbrough, on loan back to Liverpool. Oops. So equally frustrating, players like Rocco Vata, Daniel Kelly, Daniel Cummings just recently. Like Celtic's had quite a number of good players going through their academy, they'd never quite made their way into the first team. So maybe if we're looking on the bright side of life, which I always try and do in terms of Celtic, maybe it gives a chance for some of our very highly promising young academy players to get moved more into the first team squad. Players like Turley, McArdle have been, I think, very promising. I think the most promising player coming through the academy just recently is Colby Donovan. Slightly before that, of course, Dane Murray, another good player coming through our academy. He now seems to have established himself in Celtic's first team squad. Very impressed personally with both Dane Murray and Colby Donovan in that second leg in Kairat Almaty. They were pretty much the only real positive things out of that game were the performance of Murray and Donovan as fairly late subs in that game. And maybe it's an indication that Celtic are struggling to attract top quality players through transfers, and maybe it's time that we started bringing through our own talented players, giving them a go in the first team. Don't think football's changed that much in the 50 plus years that I've been supporting Celtic, since around about 1972. Celtic, of course, won the European Cup in 1967 with the Lisbon Lions. So when I was starting to support Celtic, quite a few of the Lisbon Lions had moved on, retired. There were still a few Lisbon Lions in the team when I first started watching. However, at that time, Jock Stein, the great Jock Stein, brought through the Kenny Dalglishes, the Lou Maccaries, the George Connolleys, the Davy Hayes, the Danny McGrains into the team, and one by one, those players replaced the Lisbon Lions, and Celtic kept on winning the titles. They won 9 in a row, and kept on being a success. And then our good fortune didn't really persist through the 80s and 90s. I remember an awful lot of dark days in the 80s and 90s, and then the terrible days around about the mid-90s when Celtic were massively in debt and very, very close to going out of business. Personally, I do think it's very good that Celtic are very, 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 very financially secure. We're not in danger, like most clubs in Europe, of breaking the rules of financial fair play, nor are we in danger of going bankrupt ever again. And it also does mean that Celtic have got the money to reward players like Dyson Maida, Callum McGregor, Alistair Johnston, Carmen Carter-Vickers, and many others by giving them big contract upgrades to keep them at the club, keep them loyal. So I think that's also an important thing. And also, we have got the financial resources to survive not being in the Champions League, unfortunately, for one season, and dropping down to the lesser monies of the Europa League. I think an awful lot of clubs all around Europe have to rely on being in the Champions League. Otherwise, they get deeper and deeper into debt. A club that a lot of people are saying that Celtic should be behaving like is Bruges. Bruges have very successfully kept themselves in the Champions League year after year after year. However, their debt is going up and up and up and up quite steadily. And so they're kind of spending money in transfer, spending money in contracts and stuff to keep themselves in the Champions League, but their debt is getting bigger and bigger. And like many clubs, once your debt gets to a certain level, everything falls apart, as was the case at Rangers, Leicester, Dundee, lots and lots and lots of other clubs in Scotland and all around Europe. I accept your point, Stephen. We're not going to break the financial fair play rules if we don't spend money. We should also remember last summer we spent 11 million on Engels, 9 million on Idah, 6 million on Trustee, about 4 million on Paulo Bernardo. We spent 1 million on Luke McCowan. So we spent well over £30 million last year. In the summer, we spent about 8 million on Jota in the winter window. So we did spend 40 million plus on transfers in the two transfer windows of the 24-25 season. So the board were investing lots of money. We bought those players for 31, 32 million or whatever it was in the summer transfer window. We spent another 8 on Jota in the winter window. We did sell players like O'Reilly in the summer. We last summer we sold Kyogo in the winter window. Kyogo had no intention of staying at Celtic. He'd wanted to leave in the summer, according to lots of stories. But it was very disappointing that Celtic didn't buy in a striker to replace him in the January window. One of the names linked then was Matthias Kiesgarden. Rather frustratingly, he's gone to Norwich. You do wonder why Matthias Kiesgarden chose to go to Norwich when he could have come to Celtic last summer, the winter, or this summer, but he chose to go there. Another player that was linked to Celtic quite a lot was David Strelic. He's just signed for Middlesbrough today. Again, you wonder why Strelic or Slobodan Bratislava would choose to go and play for Middlesbrough when he could have come to Celtic and played in the Europa League, kept himself very much in the forefront for international football. Also a stepping stone, obviously, playing in the Europa League, playing for Celtic, winning medals and trophies for Celtic to get himself to a bigger league in the future. But he's chosen to go to Middlesbrough. Certainly the TV contract money for the English Championship dwarfs the money that the Scottish Premiership gets in terms of TV money from Sky, BBC and Premier Sports. And so certainly in the English Championship, combination of parachute payments for a lot of them and also the big TV contract they get, even though they're the English Championship, seems to make them a more worthwhile, better place for people to move to. Yes, I completely agree that it was in one way or another bad management for us to let Kyogo go and not have somebody lined up to come in and replace him. Couldn't agree more. Quite whose fault that is, I think it's probably, as I said earlier on, it's probably a mixture of Rodgers, the recruitment people, the scouts, the board, lots of different people. And I think one of the other problems that Scottish football's got is, as is also proven from the Casper Dolberg situation, I don't think the Scottish Premiership is, I think its reputation as a league to play in is going down and down and down. Remembering that one of the reasons reportedly that Matt O'Reilly left Celtic to go and play in England, he's now, from what I heard, possibly off to play in France now, was that the Danish international manager had said to Matt O'Reilly that he wasn't going to get picked for the Danish international team if he was playing in Scotland. That appears to be what Kyogo was told by the Japanese manager, although it's rather silly because obviously the same manager was picking Daisen Maeda and Rio Itati for his squad, but wouldn't pick Kyogo for the Japanese squad. And of course, this summer, Shin Yamada took the place of Kyogo in the Japanese international squad for their summer tournament internationally against some of the other Asian countries. So Shin Yamada, I think, is going to turn into a good player. I think he needs, and he may well get the chance over the next 5 months until the next transfer window. He may get the chance to be Celtic's #1 striker. Again, I find it really very hard to believe that we've let Adam Idah go without having somebody lined up to come in and replace him. Whether the Kelechi Iheanacho story is that Celtic knew that Iheanacho was going to be leaving Sevilla by terminating his contract, and thus they know over the course of the international break week that the Iheanacho deal, etc., can go through. As I say, up until about 10:30 this evening, I hadn't even heard any kind of inklings or seen any inklings of Iheanacho coming to Celtic, but it may be a combination of Rodgers having links to Iheanacho from the past, having links to Iheanacho's agent, also obviously the recruitment people, the board, etc., having had contact with him in January. It may be that's why this deal is kind of going through, which is a wee bit similar to the Jeffrey Schlupp deal. But I do find it much like the Kyogo deal, as Stephen was saying. Do find it baffling that we've let Adam Idah go off to Swansea without having someone to come in and replace him straight away. I do think, honestly, also that Johnny Kenny is getting better and better the more he plays for Celtic. I think Callum Osmond has a tremendous amount of pace. He scored a high number of goals for Fulham in the Premier League under-21 competition, which is a high level of football. It's the same level of football that has brought through quite a number of players from a lot of other English Premier League sides into first-team football. Jemai Simpson-Puzzi, our loan player from Man City. I think he is a very, very promising player. We've only got him on loan, unfortunately. It's quite strange, I find, that we haven't actually seen Simpson-Puzzi play for us. He's been in a couple of squads, but he doesn't appear as yet to have got on the pitch from memory to play for Celtic. I do accept that he might well have been a wee bit unfit because he was a couple of weeks behind in terms of his pre-season training when he signed for us on loan from Man City. But you'd have thought with him being at the club for about a month or so that he would be fully match fit. He doesn't seem to have seen any form of first team action, nor has he played in the academy or the B team games, because Callum Osmond did play one game for Celtic B. So Simpson-Puzzi, I think, could turn into a good player. The brief sightings we had of Marcello Sirachi on Sunday, I thought he looked like he was quite an aggressive, combative, strong defender. He looked like he's quite happy on the ball, looked like he's a pretty good passer. Did get himself forward into the Rangers half a few times. So again, I think Marcello Sirachi looks like a very promising player. At the moment, we've only got Sirachi on a loan deal. There is no purchase price at the end. But again, we've got in him a Uruguayan international, player with experience playing all over Europe, playing also in South America. He's played for a lot of top-level clubs. And so on the face of it, we actually do have a very capable, experienced international player to back up Kieran Tierney. So we do actually have a lot of strength at left back. I've been very impressed with Hayato Inamura as well. I thought his pre-season games, he showed a lot of ability. His game against Livingston, I thought he played a good game there. It wasn't a brilliant game, but it was a better game than I was expecting, given how negative Brendan Rodgers has been about him. Did think it was a wee bit bizarre, Brendan Rodgers talking about that Hayato Inamura wasn't a good defender because he couldn't cope with going up against one of the best wingers in the whole of world football. I think Kieran Tierney would struggle against that level of wing. I think any fullback would struggle against a player of that quality. So I did think it was a wee bit unfair to, in essence, throw Hayato Inamura into the deep end against one of the best players in the world as being a sign that he can't defend. I think Hayato Inamura's ability as a defender and as a passer and crosser and player moving forward from left back into midfield and into the attacking zone. I think he's shown himself to be a player that's getting better with every game, getting a lot with experience, and I think he's a player who would be best to stay at Celtic, and I haven't seen anything about him being loaned away by Celtic to anybody. And I actually think that Inamura will do far better staying at Celtic and learning under Sirachi and then learning under Tierney and developing his skills as a defender, but also developing his skills as a player who could maybe even play left midfield or defensive midfield. All right. Okay. Rightio. One wee story that I missed earlier on from about an hour ago was that Stephen Welsh has joined Motherwell on a season-long loan. He's a player who's dropped to number 6 centre-back at Celtic, so not terribly surprising that we've let him go. I guess Dane Murray will be taking his position as the Scottish and local trained player in the Europa League squad. Welsh, as I say, off to Motherwell on a season-long loan. It doesn't look like there's any purchase at the end of that. Rightio. Well, yep, as Stephen so rightly says, that's the transfer window now all shut. As things stand, Celtic don't have anybody signed on the last day of the transfer window. So when I woke up all those hours ago, I was full of hope. I thought at that point, the deal for Casper Dolberg looked very promising. There was this deal about Sebastian Tunetki coming from Hammarby. As I said, at tea time, it said that Sebastian Tunetki and Hammarby and Celtic had agreed the purchase price, the contract, his personal terms were all agreed, and he was winging his way from Sweden to Glasgow to have a medical and get his contract signed. Whether that's still happening, I don't know. I haven't seen anything on the BBC or the Sky sites to say that's going to happen. So it may well be that that any hopes of Tunetki coming to Celtic this transfer window are gone. Maybe that gets postponed to January. I don't know. I'm just an amateur. I'm just an old fan who's having a bit of fun running a YouTube channel. I know no more than anybody else. I don't have inside sources. A couple of the other YouTube channels seem to have inside sources at Celtic, or so they claim. I'm just a fan who, like all yourselves, knows next to nothing. We're kept in the dark. We're given all these stories by Sky, BBC, Daily Record. We're given all these stories from various different transfer experts. We're given all these stories from YouTube channels and websites like Hail Hail and Seltzer Here, etc. So goodness knows what's happening. Thank you, Sarah. I am old. Someone who is my age is old. I was born a few months after Celtic won the European Cup in 1967. So I am old. I'm old. Rangers certainly have been very active in the transfer market. I'm not massively convinced that the player they signed today, Youssef Cheriti, I think that was his name, coming from Everton, not massively sure that he is such high quality. It was something like he'd played 28 games or 20 plus games for Everton, hadn't scored for them. I think £8 million for somebody who had a couple of good seasons at a younger age and then had a pretty rubbish season. Maybe he's not such a high quality player. We'll find out, obviously. It'll be him and Majowski will be leading the Rangers line for the next few months because Cyril Dessers is off to Greek football. Igamani was off to French football. So for the next wee while, it will be their new signings, Cheriti and Majowski, who will be their main strikers. The players that Rangers signed that were playing against us on Sunday, wasn't that impressed with any of the players that we... Oh, right. Okay. Saying on the Sky Sports screen that David Datro Fofana turned down a loan move to Celtic, which is, again, not terribly encouraging for us Celtic fans. That Datro Fofana was happy to go to play for Burnley, happy to go and play in Turkish football, and turned down a deal to come to Celtic. It may be Stephen's story about him going off to Charlton in the London area, which is understandable. Having moved from Norwegian football 3 years ago, then having been sent off here, there and everywhere on loan deals, maybe he wants to try and settle down in London, and obviously playing for Charlton means he can stay at home and play from there. So according to Sky, Celtic did have a loan deal. The loan deal was agreed between Celtic and Chelsea, but then Fofana then chose not to come to Celtic, which is all rather depressing and disappointing. So what I would basically say is, if we actually look at the transfer window, it's been disappointing. But if we do look at players like Nigrin, Balikwisha, Tierney, Yamada, Sirachi, all good players, and we've got Sirachi for a season, we've got Simpson Puzzi for a season, we've got all those other players as permanent players. I think we've actually got some. I think we've actually got some good players coming in during this transfer window. The glaring error we've got is that we obviously don't have Jota at least up until Christmas and New Year. There is some talk that he'll be back playing for Celtic in January time, which would be brilliant. It would mean him coming back quite quickly from a cruciate ligament injury. Those generally take 9 to 12 months, so he'd be coming back quicker than expected. It may be the injury wasn't quite so bad as first thought, so there is rumblings that he could be back in the Celtic lineup for the early new year. However, we lost Jota through injury for 9 months or so. We sold Nicholas Kuhn. We then released off on loan Luis Palma. We then released off on loan, and then it became a permanent transfer for Marco Tilio. Not everybody was a big fan of Marco Tilio or Luis Palma, etc. But they were both fully qualified international footballers. Palma, good history in Greek football before coming to us, good history in Honduras football before coming to us. Marco Tilio, star player in Australian football, he had a brilliant 5 months at the start of this year playing in Australian football. He led his team to the Australian Championship. So he clearly, Lewis Palmer and Marco Tilio for other clubs were big successes. Neither of them really were much of a concerted, consistent success with Celtic. Is that, as a few people have been putting forward, and very much I agree with it, one of the problems at Celtic is we seem to have quite a lot of square pegs and round holes, and round pegs and square holes, in that it appears that we play a certain sort of football in one certain plan and one certain formation and set of tactics, and players get put into those positions even though they may not be best suited for that position. Well, very, very positive ethos and thoughts from Sarah that we can use the players we've got and make them better. We can either train them to fit into Celtic's system or the Brendan Rodgers system, or we can adapt our systems, we can adapt our formations and tactics to suit the players we've actually got. So if we are struggling to have wide players for the next few months, maybe we develop other tactics. Maybe we use Balikwisha, Negrin, Maeda, Forrest, Yang in other ways. Maybe we look to use different forms of striker combinations up front. Maybe Kelechi Iheanacho coming to Celtic. Maybe that's going to turn out really good for Celtic. That's not yet confirmed. A lot of the expert people are suggesting that that's the reason that Idah got allowed to leave. Yep. I would love to see some of our talented young academy players getting a go in the team. As I said, I'm very impressed with Dane Murray's ability as a defender primarily, but also he shows us so much ability to pass the ball as well. Cameron Carter-Vickers, very good defender. His ability to pass and bring the ball out of defence isn't that good. Liam Scales can be a wee bit inconsistent as a defender. I thought he had a good defensive game against Rangers at the weekend. He made quite a few really good blocks of crosses. He handled Nejovski fine throughout the game. However, his passing tends to be sideways or backwards. There were 3 or 4 times Celtic had the ball in the Rangers half. Particularly in the second half, the ball went back to Scales on the halfway line, and rather than spreading the ball back out to the other wing or giving it into one of the forward players in an attacking position, the ball went sideways to McGregor or sideways to Carter-Vickers or all the way back to Casper Schmeichel. Really impressed actually with Dane Murray's ability to pass. I think Colby Donovan is much more like Alistair Johnston than Anthony Ralston. I think Anthony Ralston, tremendously good club man. He's been at the club for a million years. He is generally a good defender. He was a good player for Celtic in the early spells with Ange Postecoglou before we got in Alistair Johnston later on. Anthony Ralston had a good time playing for Celtic. Also, he tided us over until Joseph Juranovic came into the Celtic side. Ralston scored some very important goals in that first Ange Postecoglou season. He's remained loyal to Celtic. He still is one of Scotland's international fullbacks. As a defender, happy with him, but he doesn't really fit into the way that Celtic need their fullbacks to play. as a very, very amusing point about Liam Scales, he's maybe getting confused between playing football and rugby, and that forward passes aren't allowed in rugby. If only Liam Scales was playing American football or Gaelic football or Australian rules football, because in all those different sports you're allowed forward passes. So maybe Liam Scales is an Irish rugby player in his part time rather than a football. No, he is a football player, but certainly one of my big frustrations, and people who've observed me or heard me watching Celtic matches will know that one of my frustrations is just recently, particularly, has been Celtic just not getting the ball forward, and that so many passes are going backwards, so many passes are going sidewards. Against Rangers at the weekend, something like 200 over half the passes that Celtic passed on Sunday were going sideways. Around about 100 were going backwards, and only about 160 were going forwards out of over 500 passes. And if you're going backwards and sidewards so often, it's very difficult to be attacking. Well, certainly my thoughts with Brendan Rodgers have always been that he was never staying longer than 3 years anyway. So I think he was going at the end of the season one way or the other. If we look at Brendan Rodgers' career, he spent a wee bit over 3 seasons at Liverpool, got sacked in the 4th season. He was in his 4th season for Leicester, got sacked at Leicester in his 4th season. So he's never been a manager who's ever managed to stay at any football club as a manager past his partway through his 4th season. He left us obviously about 2/3 of the way through his 2nd season with us, so he didn't manage to complete 3 seasons with us. But prior to that, he'd been at Liverpool. He did 3 and a bit seasons there and got sacked. Went to Leicester and sacked in his 4th season at Leicester. So I never really thought that Rodgers was going to be staying past the end of 3 years anyway. I do think actually in terms of this transfer window, there would have been a lot of benefit had Brendan Rodgers come clean as to whether he was going to stay for seasons 4, 5, and 6, or saying at the start of season 3 that he was going to be leaving at the end of the season. I think at that point everybody could start planning for the future. But I would personally say that joining a club, you maybe are looking for some consistency, some long-term planning, and if you're not certain whether the manager of the club at the moment is going to be there next season, you maybe don't want to commit your future to the club. If you don't know whether that manager who signed you is going to be there next season. However, on David's point there about Rodgers walking, I have no real doubts that if West Ham did sack their manager in a few weeks' time, or Notts Forest sacked their manager, so I'm no doubts that if West Ham came calling or Notts Forest came calling in a few weeks' time, I'm sure Brendan Rodgers would jump at the chance to move down to them. Brendan Rodgers has been a successful manager for Celtic in his first spell. He's been a successful manager for Celtic in his second spell. What would appear from his past history at Leicester, Celtic, and at Liverpool, that he doesn't have a long-term ability to keep on progressing a club. If you look at the great Celtic managers such as Jock Stein, managed for Celtic for a long, long time. The great managers like Arsene Wenger, Alex Ferguson, they were there for years and years and years. They created a team, created another team, another team, another team. They kept on producing players, kept on advancing the team. It does appear with Rodgers that it kind of success for a couple of years hits a wall, and then the success then all falls apart. So Sunshine and Show says that he feels, or he or she feels, will win nothing this year. I still think Celtic are strong favourites to win the league, strong favourites to get a double or treble this season. If Celtic's players play to their best ability, I think we've got the best players, the best squad in Scotland. We certainly would run into problems if we had a lot of injuries. That's been very much proven with Jota being out injured, proven at the moment with Alistair Johnston being out injured. There's a lack of quality to come through. Maybe, as some people have been saying on the live stream, maybe this is a chance for us to bring through our talented young players. We've got lots and lots of players who are under 21, under 17, under 19 internationals, which means they're in essence the best players of their age group for those countries. We have got some very talented young players. Maybe what they need to respond to someone's comment, I'm not blaming Rodgers. I'm saying that any organization, any company, it's a collective responsibility. Everybody's got to do their job. I'm saying if I was going to work for a company and I find out that the boss may or may not be staying for another year, it's difficult to commit to that new company or new job or wherever you work. I'm just saying if the person who leads the company isn't going to be there in the long term, it's difficult to... So I think Celtic are still the best team in Scotland. I've supported Celtic through thick and thin. So 53 years of supporting Celtic. There's been some terrible days, some terrible years. There's been some spells where we've been not even second best team in Scotland. We've been third best team in Scotland, fourth best team in Scotland, when Aberdeen, Dundee United and Rangers were all consistently ahead of us. In Scottish football, there were so many years back in the 80s and 90s where we won nothing from year to year to year. We were forever second in the league behind Rangers and So on Sky Sports, it's saying Celtic signed Sebastian Tunetki on 5-year deal. So haven't seen that coming up on the BBC site, but Sky Sports are saying that Celtic have signed Sebastian Tunetki, which is promising. BBC are now saying 23 Celtic news imminent, so I guess they are now going to be corroborating the Sky Sports story. There's the wonderful Chris Boyd is on Sky Sports at the moment. Happily, the sound's turned down, so I've got no idea what he's saying. But knowing Chris Boyd from before, I'm sure he's being generous, magnanimous, and saying how well Celtic are doing. Although, with it being Chris Boyd, I doubt that. Sebastian Tunetki doesn't have the most impressive record. I will fully grant you, I was saying that right at the start of the live stream. His full career, 138 games, 17 goals, 11 assists. For Hammarby this season, 27 games, 3 goals, 5 assists. So fully agree, Sebastian Tunetki, his stats aren't terribly impressive. Nicholas Kuhn's stats for The various clubs that he played for before he came to Celtic weren't that impressive either. Nicholas Kuhn had a very in and out career, a lot of time out injured, a lot of time struggling from form. He played for a great number of different clubs, Nicholas Kuhn, before he ended up coming to us. He had a pretty good half season, then he had a great start to the 24-25 season, right through to Christmas, New Year. Then when a number of teams started looking to sign him in the winter window, Nicholas Kuhn's form tended to go down. Be interesting to see how well Nicholas Kuhn does at Como. From the video highlights of Sebastian Tunetki playing for Hammarby in Swedish football, he does look a very nippy winger, good on the ball, good at dribbling. His stats for passing are good. His passing for crossing accuracy not so good. His stats at Hammarby for finishing shots and scoring goals also not that great. All we can really do is he's now signed for Celtic. He's a confirmed Celtic player, it says, for 5 years. He started off playing for Bodo Glimt in Norway. Bodo Glimt, of course, are a team over the last decade or so who have created and produced lots and lots and lots of talented young footballers. Some of the better footballers in European football started off at Bodo Glimt and then moved on to bigger and better clubs. Tunetki is a player with a very good pedigree. His stats so far haven't been that great. So have to admit, I have never seen Sebastian Tunetki playing a whole 90 minutes. I've seen 5 minutes here and there. I've seen highlights of games that Hammarby have played. I've seen the edited highlights of his last season or so with Hammarby from all the games he's played for them, and he does look like he's got lots of skills. Quite a lot of folk who do say when they do watch the YouTube videos or the internet videos, what you do tend to get is a lot of the best things the player does, so you don't see the things they don't do so well. What it does imply is he has lots of skills, the kind of skills that Celtic could well do with. He can play left side, he can play right side. He's occasionally played more central midfield. Sebastian Tunetki has played up front, as I said. If we're looking at Celtic's lack of central strikers, Yamada, I think Yamada is going to turn into a very good player. He scored a ton of goals, not this season, but last season in Japanese football. That was good enough to get him into the Japanese squad, in essence taking the position of Kyogo in the Japanese squad. The most recent time, I think Yamada, lots of pace. From Japanese football, he held a record, breaking the record of Daisen Maeda as being the fastest player in Japanese football. So a player with lots of ability. He's scored for Celtic, although it was disallowed. He, I think, needs to get bedded down at Celtic, and I think he is going to turn into a player similar to Kyogo in terms of goal scoring for us. And as you're saying there so rightly, you can't do much as a striker if people aren't giving you the ball to score. I think if Harry Kane was playing for us, or Lionel Messi or Cristiano Ronaldo were playing for us at the moment, they'd be having a hard job of scoring a lot of goals for us as well. When the midfielders and the wide players aren't giving you the ball, there's not much you can do as a central striker. If you're not getting passes and chances in the box, you're not going to score many goals. And certainly in the 2 games against Kairat Almaty, the player who scored 33 goals last season, Daisen Maeda, He had a chance in added time to give us a 1-0 win at Celtic Park against Kelechi. His shot was rather poor, and then 5 minutes to go in Kazakhstan, he had every chance to win the game for us. That would have put us through, but Idah scored a ton of goals last year for Celtic. He looked like the real deal for the second half of the season as a central striker, but unfortunately, his scoring boots went on at Celtic Park against Kelechi Iheanacho, and his scoring boots went on across in Kazakhstan either. Yes, I fully agree, John B. We have had a lot of time to work this out. As I think I said a wee bit earlier on, yep, so to answer Celt 88's point, yes, so Celtic have signed Sebastian Tunetki from Hammarby, 5-year contract. Brendan Rodgers has been quoted saying, "I'm really happy that Sebastian has joined the club. I'm sure he will be a really exciting addition to our squad. He gives us that attacking intent, and I'm sure he can make a big difference to us. He's quick, clever winger, operates on both sides, creates opportunities for himself and others. Myself and our coaches are really looking forward to working with Sebastian." Yes, and a point that someone was making earlier on, unfortunately it's gone off my screen. I think we have to also be careful as Celtic fans and football fans not to prejudge players. I think a really good player comes into a club and straight away starts being a big star for you. Kyogo, when he joined Celtic in Ange Postecoglou's first season, came straight in, was scoring goals from day one. Daisamida Rio Atati, they came in the January window. Straight away, they were good players for us. Similarly, Alistair Johnson, who came the following winter window, came straight into the side and straight away was being a star player for us. I think we were very lucky with those players. However, I think players like Shin Yamada, Mikel Ongs-Balakwisha, Benjamin Nygren, now Sebastian Tunetki, do deserve a bit of time to get settled into Celtic. I think a lot of people underestimate what it's like moving from one country to another, different cultures, different languages. I think it was Brendan Rodgers, or certainly someone was talking about the fact that I think it was actually Brendan Rodgers was talking about how difficult is a player moving from one country to another, and then for maybe a few weeks, months, couple of months or so, living out of a hotel room or living in a temporary flat, away from their family, away from their friends, having to make new friends, etc. So I think it takes a special player to come straight into a club, either being very talented or being mentally much more capable, to come in straight into a club and keep on doing well. David Connor makes a really good point there. I think Callum McGregor, tremendous player for us. Not convinced that his best position is a defensive midfielder. Brendan Rodgers wants to have a defensive midfielder, and yet we haven't actually really signed a defensive midfielder as such in either of Brendan Rodgers' transfer windows. Some people were saying last summer that the reason we were signing Arnie Engels was to drop him back into that defensive midfielder slot, move Callum McGregor forward. That doesn't seem to happen. Another rumour or thought was that Paulo Bernardo was being groomed to play that defensive midfielder slot. That doesn't appear to happen. In essence, Callum McGregor plays every game for Celtic. And what does strike me is, be it the players, be it Rodgers, be it the coaching staff, be it the tactics, everything seems to have to go through Callum McGregor in terms of getting the ball forward. So often you see players passing the ball backwards to Callum McGregor for Callum McGregor to get the ball forward, when all they need to do is be facing forward in the first place, or get the ball, turn, face forward, and spread the ball. So often we seem to lose all momentum when we're not playing at our best, because so often the ball goes back to Callum McGregor to move it forward. I think in terms of personally, I think in terms of, and these are just my personal opinions, that's not, everybody is right in their opinions. I'm just an enthusiastic amateur. I think our central defenders are good defensively at Scottish level. I think, as we proved in games like Bayern Munich and Atalanta, Dinamo Zagreb, etc., we can defend at a higher level, at European level. What really is frustrating me is the distribution skills of Carter Vickers and Scales and Ralston at the moment, to a lesser degree Kieran Tierney, because I think he's a good passer. And I think we really do need a good central defender who's also capable of passing. Dane Murray is, I think, is a good defender. I think Dane Murray's got the ability to pass. Austin Trusty, a better passer than our other central defenders. Jemai Simpson-Pusey, Jemai Simpson-Pusey, a centre back with very, very good passing skills. We haven't seen him playing as yet for Celtic. So everybody is entitled to their opinions. As I said, I've supported Celtic for 53 years. Celtic through thick and thin, good days and bad days. I'm a great believer in supporting the club, come what may. And so if people choose not to support Celtic, that's fine. That's their choice. I believe in supporting Celtic through thick and thin. I believe in being optimistic about Celtic, hopeful. Sinisalo, a lot of people have actually been talking about promoting Sinisalo to being Celtic's number one. I think Casper Schmeichel still is probably our best goalkeeper. I think we have actually made a very good signing last summer in Viljami Sinisalo. Still a young goalkeeper, a lot of experience, played several times for Finland at international level. Gained a lot of experience playing in a variety of different European countries prior to coming to Celtic. Played for us at the end of last season. I don't think we could really fault him for any goal that he let in at the end of last season. And I do think we've actually got a very, very good goalkeeper to bring in to be our number one in a year or two's time. I think, for my own personal opinion, I would keep Casper Schmeichel as our number one. Nope. So that's fencing Philly's question. The transfer window shut at 11 p.m. The reason that signings are still being confirmed is the paperwork has to get done by 11 p.m., but you can keep on announcing transfers for the next hour or two after that. So certainly it's not terribly unusual for transfers to be announced and confirmed after midnight. Sometimes paperwork is slow to go through. So as long as you've got your paperwork signed, sealed, and delivered and ratified by the relevant European So in essence, on the last day of the transfer window, Celtic have made one signing, which is Sebastian Tunetki. There are a lot of stories that are saying that Kelechi Iheanacho, who had his contract terminated with Sevilla, a lot of people are putting two and two together and saying that Iheanacho is coming to Celtic as a free agent. Because he's a free agent, you can sign him on at any point you like. It's not confined by the transfer windows, so people are putting two and two together. I haven't seen any stories confirming Iheanacho as being destined for Celtic, but some folk are certainly putting two and two together, saying Celtic need an experienced central striker, and Iheanacho was a player that Celtic were looking at getting in the winter window. I guess as some Celt 88, I will find out whether Shin and Kenny and Callum Osmond are Celtic's worst strike force ever. I can certainly think of a few central strikers that Celtic have had who've been far worse. We made quite a number of rather poor signings in the past. Some players who we signed turned into very good players at other clubs. Pookie being an example of a player at a pretty poor time at Celtic, went on and was a big success at other clubs. So we've had quite a number of very disappointing strikers. I think Albion Yeti, very, very disappointing striker. We also, for quite a number of years, seemed particularly keen on signing old English strikers. People like Dion Dublin and Carlton Cole, the Ian Wrights. We also signed Ferry Lundberg, who of course wasn't English, but he was coming from English football. They all were very, very poor players for Celtic over the years. We signed Roy Keane, who obviously marvellous career at Notts Forest and at Man United. Very, very disappointing time at Celtic. So, not sure. So I think Shin Yamada is a good player. He just needs to get used to Scottish football, settle down into the country, get used to the tactics, the formations, the other players. Like Johnny Kenny scored goals aplenty last year for his Irish club, loan club in European football. So he proved he is able to score at that higher level. I think he's looked really quite promising in the games he's played for us. His goal against Livingston was very, very good. David Conner makes a great point. I was trying to think of other people who played for Celtic that I wasn't terribly impressed with. Andy Payton's a good example of a player that we had that wasn't terribly impressive. Yeah, as I said earlier on, I would be all for Celtic bringing through a few of our talented academy players if they're good enough to play for their countries at under 19, under 21 level, etc. Proves that they're the best players of their age group in their country. Lennon Miller, obviously, he's not a Celtic player, but he was a young player playing at the same level as several of Celtic's age group players like those. He was given a chance by Motherwell at the age of 16, 17. He very much turned into a very, very successful player for Motherwell. He's now off to Italian football, I think it is. So maybe we need to give our young players a chance. It worked really, really well in Brendan Rodgers' first spell. Kieran Tierney got brought into the team, replacing the much more experienced Izagiri, and at young age, he turned into a big success. Older people like me, remembering bringing in really young players like Paul McStay, turned into one of Celtic's greatest ever players, came in as a 17, 18-year-old. People like Kenny Dalglish came in at a very, very similar age longer time ago. In essence, players who show a lot of ability at younger ages can turn into very good first-team players. Yeah. So thank you to Joseph Agnew. Yes, I think football, I'm a great believer in supporting the club through thick and thin. And so Celtic are having a bad time. I'm still supporting them 100%. Casper Schmeichel certainly didn't have a very good cup final for Celtic. He's not actually, if we think about our domestic games this season and our 2 games in Europe so far this season, Casper Schmeichel hasn't actually let a goal in for Celtic. We've kept clean sheets in all the Scottish Premiership games. We've kept clean sheets in the 2 games against Canada Almaty. The only goal we conceded was against Falkirk in the League Cup, and that was Sinisalo was in goal for that. So defensively, we're doing very, very well. It's in terms of the midfield and getting the ball forward and getting the ball to the strikers that's not going terribly well. But if Casper Schmeichel was to retire tomorrow and we played Sinisalo as our number 1 goalkeeper, I would be happy. I think Sinisalo is a very capable goalkeeper for Celtic. At another time, he certainly could be Celtic's number 1 choice. I think Ross Doohan last season played very, very well for Aberdeen. Again, I think Ross Doohan, if he became our number 2 tomorrow, again, I wouldn't have terribly much doubts about him being a capable deputy for Sinisalo or for Casper Schmeichel. Both Sinisalo and Doohan, for me, are way, way better than the backup goalkeepers we used to have, like Scott Bain and Benjamin Siegrist. I think we've actually got very good goalkeepers there. So Fencing Philly making a great point. I do give Casper Schmeichel high marks in terms of player ratings when he's had a game where he's done stuff. But because Celtic's defence has so far this season been good and other teams haven't actually had terribly many shots at goal, Casper Schmeichel's not had an awful lot to do to get higher ratings. There were a couple of games in Europe where Casper Schmeichel made a lot of great saves. He had a really good game from memory against Atalanta. Defence defended very well against Atalanta. Casper Schmeichel made some good saves. He made some very important saves in our Champions League campaign last season. So when Casper Schmeichel makes the saves, he gets good marks. Yes, I fully agree that it's not Casper Schmeichel's fault that he's not got stuff to do, but he's not going to get good marks unless he does have stuff to do. You can't give someone 10 out of 10 and all they do, like against Rangers at the weekend, all Casper Schmeichel had to do the whole game basically was try and save that John Souttar header that was offside. Otherwise, he didn't have a single shot to save, didn't have anything much to do apart from take the odd by kick, the odd throw out, the odd kick from hand. So in essence, Casper Schmeichel was a spectator. People like Scales, Carter Vickers, Tierney, Ralston, Sarachi, all did a great job of defending the goal, stopping Rangers being a threat. I'm always open to other people putting it in their ratings for players. So if you feel that a goalkeeper deserves 10 out of 10 for keeping a clean sheet, that's your own personal rating. I think, like everything in a team game, which is what football is, it's important that... yes, I would... I think I said on my actual post-match video that I did on whenever I did it, don't even know what day of the week this is. But anyway, yes, I do agree that Casper Schmeichel probably should have come out better to stop Souttar getting that header. You could argue that the defenders and the people marking John Souttar shouldn't have let him get through. Maybe you could also say the reason that John Souttar got through and had that advantage over the defenders and over Casper Schmeichel is because he was a yard offside, i.e. he was a yard ahead of where he should have been, which meant Schmeichel was more difficult to make the save. But I do agree that Casper Schmeichel, one could certainly argue, was at fault for that disallowed goal. It was disallowed, so it's kind of a moot point. I think Casper Schmeichel, as I said, made a lot of good saves for us last season. He had a big error in the Scottish Cup final, fumbling that ball into his own net. I don't think you can really blame a goalkeeper for not making any saves in a penalty shootout. So we should have won the Aberdeen Cup final before it got as far as a penalty shootout. We should clearly have got a couple of goals or more at Celtic Park against Kelechi Iheanacho. I think Kelechi Iheanacho were an example of a great team in terms of the fact that they played as a team. Their collectively, their squad were a bunch of people with no real great reputation from before, but their coach said, "This is the way you're playing." They all played for each other. They all gave 125%. I thought it was a big contrast between the Celtic players and the Kelechi Iheanacho players at 90 minutes, 105 minutes, 120 minutes of that second leg in Kelechi Iheanacho. Their players were all fired up, cheering, shouting, slapping each other on the back, high-fiving. Our players were just standing there meekly. Their coaches and manager were going round and round, getting everybody fired up. Brendan Rodgers, Gavin Strachan, John Kennedy, etc., were just standing there. Everybody had a flat face. No one was fired up. No one was going around getting the players all G'd up. One player who I think who could have really got the players G'd up was Callum McGregor. He seemed very quiet on the day, very quiet at those breaks. It's a shame that Alistair Johnson wasn't there, both as a player but also as a leader, because I feel he is the kind of person who would have been getting everybody fired up. I'm 100% certain players like Neil Lennon, Scott Brown, Paul Lambert, lots and lots of players that we've had in the past would have been there getting everybody fired up, everybody switched on, everybody committed 100%. It looked like our players in Almaty were rather scared, no confidence, and I think it's one of the benefits of this international break is it's maybe going to give the coaching staff and the players a chance to reboot, refresh themselves, come back with a better attitude. Maybe we'll have some form of clear the air talks. To the best of my knowledge, Casper Schmeichel is supposed to be fully fit and was fully fit by the end of last season. I personally wouldn't have had the least bit of a problem with Casper Schmeichel remaining our goalkeeper until the end of... Viliami Sin. I wouldn't have had any problem with Viliami Sinisalo carrying on being Celtic's number one goalkeeper to the end of last season. So I personally would have kept Sinisalo in the team rather than bringing back Casper Schmeichel, because I think there was a bit of a risk his shoulder wasn't 100%. I think his shoulder is now 100%. So I wouldn't have had the least bit of a problem with Sinisalo carrying on being our goalkeeper at the tail end of last season, allowing Schmeichel that extra 2 or 3 weeks to recover, then the summer break to recover. I think Schmeichel's completely fully fit now, but I certainly take your point 100% regarding the tail end of last season. So, now that's a really interesting point, Malleus, about Celtic's passing out of defence. Now, there was something that Brendan Rodgers was talking about in his post-match press conferences about taking a risk, i.e. trying to sort of make those passes at the last minute, that he wanted the players to be making those slightly risky passes out the defensive zone and in midfield. So he wanted the players to draw on the opposition if they were pressing them, delay the passes to try and create some space. So, but it does actually get quite scary sometimes with Casper Schmeichel passing to Liam Scales and Carter Vickers and stuff. particularly when they pass the ball straight back to him and he's standing in front of his goals. That, of course, last season we gave away an own goal in one of the European matches during the that second game against Kierat Almaty. Callum McGregor's pass back, bouncing straight in just under the bar when Casper Schmeichel then was forced to handle the back pass, giving away that indirect free kick, which happily we managed to defend away. But it does get quite scary sometimes, Celtic passing the ball back and forward across the box. It nearly gave away a goal against Kierat Almaty. It gave away a goal last season in the Champions League. It does appear to be something that Brendan Rodgers wants the back four and the goalkeeper to do, in terms of delaying that pass to leave it that bit later. So it seems to be a Rodgers tactic. It's what he wants the players to do. And it's one of these things, I think, in terms of in any team game and any club, it's a mixture of everybody doing their job, everybody being on the same page. And I think at the moment, Celtic are, some of the players, the coaches, the backroom staff, the board, the recruitment, the scouting, I think there's a disconnect between all those different people. I don't think everybody is on the same page, which is very much what Kierat Almaty showed. If you're on the same page, you're all pushing and pulling in the right direction and all the same direction, and you're all 100% committed to the club and to your teammates, etc., you tend to prosper. And I think at the moment at Celtic, there's a big disconnect between all the different parts of Celtic. And that's why things at the moment aren't going well. I think I was coming back to something in Brendan Rodgers' first season back. There were a couple of spells where Celtic went through rather poor spells. We had a defeat to Kilmarnock. We had a defeat to Hearts in quick succession. We then had another dodgy spell at the start of 2024. Now, apparently in both those two spells, the spell around about the Kilmarnock loss and the Hearts loss November, December time in 23, and then a poor spell early in 2024, such as around the Aberdeen 1-1 draw. Apparently at that point, players like Callum McGregor, Alistair Johnston, Greg Taylor, and Joe Hart held some team meetings with Brendan Rodgers, and everybody got back on the same page. It could well be that that's what Celtic are requiring, is some team meetings to get everybody back onto the same page. Alistair Johnston certainly is one of my favourite players for a lot of reasons. He does seem to be 100% a Celtic player. He's a player, I think, who is going to be at Celtic for the rest of his career. I don't think he would leave Celtic for anybody. I personally would have him being the next Celtic captain when Callum McGregor retires or cuts back on his playing time. At the moment, Cameron Carter-Vickers is our official vice-captain. I would guess probably Kieran Tierney would be the person who would take over the captaincy if Carter-Vickers or McGregor weren't fit. It was Liam Scales, actually, who took over the captaincy for that one game when no one else was playing of that sort of captaincy group. Personally, I'm a great fan of Alistair Johnston, and I do think that he would have been a great player to be in the Celtic squad, motivating everybody for that Kierat Almaty game over in Kazakhstan. But I dare say because of his hamstring injury, he wasn't fit to fly the 7.5, 8 hours to Kazakhstan that evening. So it would appear that both the BBC and Sky Sports are suggesting that we keep on hanging on, that other things might develop. As I said a wee bit earlier on. Okay. Well, Martin, you, as I've said quite often on videos and in my comment section, you might well be right. I'm only giving my opinion, and everybody is entitled to my opinion. I think Alistair Johnston is 100% committed to Celtic. I think his dream was to come and play for Celtic. He talked about the fact that when he was growing up in Canada, he and his parents and his uncles and aunties would get up in the middle of the night to watch Celtic playing live on television. He's committed to coming to play in Scotland. He lives in Scotland. He brought his fiancée over to Scotland. He's now married and living in Scotland. He appears to have committed his future to Scotland. He turned down, apparently, offers to leave Celtic and go abroad. So my personal feeling is that Alistair Johnston is committed to Celtic. I don't think he would go down to play in England. Only one way to find out is that when that happens, he goes. Kieran Tierney was a much younger player when he left Celtic than Alistair Johnston is now. Alistair Johnston, older player, came from Canadian and then American football into Scottish football. I think he's committed to Celtic. We'll find out in a few years, in 6 months' time or a year's time, if he is or he isn't. I don't think Alistair Johnston would be off if he got an offer from England. There were strong stories that there were offers for him from Italian football, from I think it was one of the Milan clubs last in the January time, but he committed at that point to signing a new contract for Celtic at a higher wage level. So I don't know. We'll find out in the future. I think at this point, Kieran Tierney's played well for Celtic, but he hasn't played well for Celtic for more than 60 to 70 minutes. When he's on the pitch, I think he's defending well, he's passing well, he's leading well. I thought he and Idah were actually starting to develop a bit of a bond down the left-hand side. But I 100% agree that Kieran Tierney has to be able to play 90 minutes for Celtic. Otherwise, it's pretty pointless. According to something I read regarding Brendan Rodgers and the physio medical staff, they are building up Kieran Tierney, and the next step after the international break will be getting Tierney to play 90 minutes. I'm a big fan of Iheanacho. He looked brilliant in Japanese football, not as a centre-back, but as a left-back. In Japanese football, the way that he was lined up for his team, Albirex Niigata, he played much more of a left-back than a centre-back. And certainly when he's been playing for Celtic, he's been playing in a left-back position pretty much all the time. I think he's got tremendous passing skills. I think he's a very intelligent player as well. He's 23. He has had 2 half seasons in J-League football. He spent extra time staying in university life to get a full degree, much like Reo Hatate. Reo Hatate came a wee bit later to professional football. He's a more mature player. I think he's learning very quickly, and I think he's adapting very quickly. I think it's also quite important for Iheanacho's development that he stays at Celtic. There are 3 other Japanese players at Celtic. It appears that Iheanacho and Daisen Maeda have become very good friends, socially, going out, etc. The 2 of them are apparently involved in some kind of charity event just recently as well. I think Iheanacho, if he was given a chance at left back, will be a good player for Celtic. Brendan Rodgers doesn't seem to rate Iheanacho at all, although from what I've read so far is Iheanacho still is at Celtic. He's not been loaned out to anybody, so maybe Brendan Rodgers has had second thoughts. Maybe nobody wanted Iheanacho. Maybe what Rodgers was dictating to whichever club that loaned him wasn't what the club wanted. One would guess that several clubs in Scotland and England would have looked at having Iheanacho on loan, but maybe the role that Rodgers wanted them to play on loan wasn't what the loaning club was wanting. So, yep. I always equate pretty much everything in football to real life. So in a real life job, be it in a shop, a factory, a school, a hospital, law firm, or whatever you're doing, whatever your job is in real life, or any team or any organization, if your boss or your superior is saying you're no good and you've got so much development to make, it doesn't actually make you feel very good within the team, doesn't make you feel valued. And I think a lot of Celtics players at the moment, it may be that some of them are feeling undervalued because Rodgers has been going on and on and on all summer with some reasoning, some good reason. Celtic did need to freshen up their squad. We needed to replace some players that had been sold on. We did need to replace, obviously, the Jota with being out injured for 9 months or so, or possibly 12 months. So I'm not saying Rodgers wasn't say it right to be saying, but he could have been so much more positive about the players, filled them with confidence that they actually were very good. I don't think the way that he's dealt with Iheanacho has been very fair to Iheanacho. I don't think it's very good for Iheanacho's self-confidence, self-esteem, and ability to fit into Celtic. When Rodgers has been so critical in public, I have no problem with a boss or a manager in a normal job or a football job behind the scenes giving you positive and negative feedback to make you better. But I do think it's important for bosses, be it football or be it a normal job, to support you in public, because that helps other people trust you, helps you feel better about yourself as well. And the mental side of things and man management is so important. So massively agree with Martin on that one. Well, I presume that is a joke, which is great because it's nearly midnight, and it's gone midnight actually. It's gone midnight, and I think it's important time to also to have a bit of fun. If we could sign Luka Modric, he still has been playing well at the highest level. So maybe if we did sign Luka Modric, that would be great. Another point that I think is also quite important. We've a lot of us have been a bit sceptical about certain players being any good, coming from other sorts of football. When Celtic signed Henrik Larsson from Feyenoord all those years ago, a lot of Celtic fans were very sceptical about him because he'd been okay playing in Swedish football, okay playing for Feyenoord and Dutch football, but a lot of us were a bit sceptical about him. Another example would be shortly after that, we signed Lubo Moravcik. Lubo Moravcik, one of my absolute all-time favourite players, but the number of journalists, pundits, fans who were so negative when Dr. Josef Mengele signed Lubo Moravcik, so I think some players like Shin Yamada could well turn into a good player in the long run. And as someone was saying maybe about half an hour ago, we need to give the players that we've got a proper chance to establish themselves. Some players settle down really quickly. Some players take a bit of time to settle down. I think what was also for me quite obvious from the game on Sunday against Rangers is quite a lot of the players were playing together for the first or second time. Mikel Ange Barlaquisha signed for Celtic on the Thursday evening. Marcello Saraci signed on the Friday evening, so they'd hardly been in the door, and then they were straight into playing against Rangers. It was quite clear that his teammates weren't massively sure quite where Mikel Balikwisha wanted the ball, weren't quite sure what he would do once he got the ball. People were a bit unsure about what runs to make, what supporting moves to make for Balikwisha. There wasn't much connect between Tierney at left back and Balikwisha at left wing. And so some of the things that had been starting to work well with Tierney and Maeda, Tierney, McGregor, Hatate and Maeda, they weren't there on Sunday because it was now Balikwisha on the left, not Maeda on the left. Same way that it's going to take time for Celtic's players to work out what runs Shin Yamada likes, where he likes the ball, or Johnny Kenny likes the ball, or Callum Osman likes the ball, or if the stories about Iheanacho are true, where Iheanacho likes the ball. So all these things take time to bed down. That's why you're wanting your players who've been there for a longer time to pick up the slack whilst those players are bedding themselves in, and our more experienced players who've been at the club for a season or more, the McGregors, the Hatates, the Maedas, Engels, now Paolo Bernardo, McCowan, Carter Vickers, Scales, etc., they haven't really been picking up the slack in terms of helping the new players bed in and taking over some of the responsibility whilst those players learn the system and learn the ropes. Well, it certainly is a perfectly reasonable option. Not spending any money on merchandising and food and so on. It's perfectly fine thing to do. I'm not sure it actually does affect the board in any way, whether that happens or not. Celtic not being successful in Scottish football and European football, that affects the board because the club starts to become less and less worth anything in terms of shares and stock prices and stuff, which is important to the people who have shares in the site. So Dermot Desmond has 34% of the shares of Celtic. A couple of other people have got 10% or more shares in Celtic. So Celtic's share value going down and down is bad for their pocket. So they do want the club to keep on being successful. I think money for pie and cups of tea and Bovril and stuff, selling shirts, all these things are important. Selling shirts and merchandising is also part of the deals that we've got with shirt manufacturers and other sponsors and stuff. So that sponsorship money is still there, but Celtic are obliged to have new strips every year and keep on revolving the strips. It's all part of the sponsorship deals that the various different shirt companies have with Celtic. So that money is still there. So Celtic are obliged to keep on renewing their shirts and keep on selling them, but people are not obliged in any way to buy anything. So perfectly fine. I'm not quite sure. I don't think not buying merchandising, I don't think it actually affects the board in any real way. It would start to affect Celtic's contracts for sponsors and shirt deals and so on, which will be counterproductive in the long term for Celtic's future if we're not able to have money spinning shirt contracts. So I think it will affect the club in the long run. I don't think it will affect the board terribly much. But everybody is fully entitled to do whatever they want. Everybody's got an equal right to have their opinions and to support Celtic in their own way. For a variety of reasons, I'm not able to get to very many Celtic matches, so I tend to watch all my Celtic matches on television one way or another. So, and I really, really, really admired the people who flew all the way out to Kazakhstan to support the club. About 400, 500 fans flew all the way out to Kazakhstan. That's tremendous commitment to the club. Those people really need to be given a massive. Yes, no, I also fully agree with Pope Leo the 14th. I think we do need to support Brendan Rodgers to until the end of the season. I don't think Brendan Rodgers will be at Celtic in the summer of 26 onwards. I've read quite a lot of stories that Brendan Rodgers' next career move is to become an international manager. Obviously, after the FIFA World Cup in Mexico, Canada, America next summer, there will be a lot of international jobs coming up. And apparently, there's been several stories of saying that Brendan Rodgers' next desire is to become an international manager. And obviously, next summer, there'll be lots of jobs becoming available, be it in international management or managers moving from club football to international football. And I think that's where Brendan Rodgers sees himself as being in the long run, either back in the English Premier League. Yes. I would think winning the Europa League is very, very ambitious. The Tottenham, obviously last season, that's what they did. The 17th best team in the English Premier League last year. They won the Europa League. I didn't watch the full game of Tottenham that won the Europa League when they played Rangers in the qualifying league stage, but the Europa League Tottenham side didn't look that great a side. They drew from memory 1-1 with Rangers that night, and yet they went on to win the Europa League. If Celtic play at their best, and the new signings, be it from earlier in the window and the ones over the last few 2 or 3 days, if everybody fits in well at Celtic, Celtic could do very well, I think, in Scottish football, but also could do very well in the Europa League. But it requires all the players to be playing at their best. It requires them all to be playing as a team. They did do that really well for most of last European campaign. Yes, I fully accept your point, Typhoon McFlustery. I admire the commitment of all the fans who hang about outside the football stadiums and the training places. You can see them on Sky Sports and BBC and YouTube, etc. Massive commitment to the club, and I do think supporting the club is massively important, both in the good days and the bad days. And for me, the last 15 years or so have been absolutely stupendous. We've won the league every single season except for once. We've won doubles and trebles every season, practically, apart from that one bad season. We've won so many things in the last 25 years. Martin O'Neill came in, and since then, Celtic have been massively dominant in Scottish football. We've been doubles and trebles. I think, so I was born in 1967. I think Celtic had maybe done the treble once before I was born in all those many years. Jock Stein's team did, I think, the treble twice in his time as Celtic manager. And since 2000, we've been doing doubles and trebles so many seasons. So it's tremendous supporting Celtic. It's been tremendous supporting Celtic the last 25 years. But before that, there were a good 10, 15 years where things were pretty awful. And so I think it's important for everybody to support the club as best they can, and to try and give some of these players who are new to the club some of the new players a chance to settle down and hopefully our pre-existing experienced players who've been at the club for 12 months or more will start to play better and better and play as a team, and that helps the new players, Negrin, Yamada, Balikwisha, etc., to get settled in. I personally, if Brendan Rodgers was to resign tonight and Celtic would be looking for a new manager, I would very happily have Ange Postecoglou back as manager. However, I was making this point on a different podcast live stream yesterday, and someone was saying that Ange Postecoglou has said that he never goes back to anything, that he keeps on moving forward. So I don't think Ange Postecoglou coming back to Celtic would be a goer for him. I liked Ange Postecoglou's way of managing players. I liked the way he managed. I liked the way that he made Celtic play good attacking football. They played from minute 1 to minute 91 or 96 or 99. They played non-stop on the front foot football. They took quick throw-ins, quick passes, quick corners, quick free kicks. And that is what Celtic are not doing at the moment. We are so slow in everything that we do. When Celtic are playing well, they play quickly. This season, they have played slowly, and they seem to be getting slower and slower and slower. The game against Keirat Almaty was really slow. The game against Rangers on Sunday was even slower. Yes, that's it. The Celtic is one of the most highly supported clubs in the world. We've got fans in pretty much every corner of the earth. Celtic supporter clubs all over Australia, New Zealand, Canada, America, supporter clubs in the Far East, Japan, South Korea, etc. Obviously, massive, massive support of Celtic everywhere in Scotland, all over Ireland, big supporter clubs in England and Wales, etc. So Celtic is one of the best supported clubs, highest supported clubs all over the world. So we haven't, as far as I know, definitely got Kelechi Iheanacho from Sevilla. A lot of people are putting 2 and 2 together. I haven't seen any definite confirmation that Iheanacho is coming to Celtic. What people are saying is Iheanacho had terminated his contract with Sevilla today, which makes him a free agent, which means he's allowed to negotiate with any club in the world, no matter whether the transfer window is open or shut in that country. So technically, Iheanacho could come to Celtic tomorrow and negotiate with the recruitment people and the financial people and be signed for Celtic tomorrow, even though the Scottish window is shut. So a lot of people are putting 2 and 2 together and saying Iheanacho being made a free agent by Sevilla today, being linked to Celtic in previous transfer windows, being well known to Brendan Rodgers, means that people are suggesting that it's going to be Kelechi Iheanacho is going to be coming to be Celtic, to be a new Celtic centre forward main striker. Again, player with lots of experience, played at the highest level, scored plenty of goals in the English Premier League, hasn't had a terribly successful time across in Spain for Sevilla, but knows the Brendan Rodgers way of playing. So if that was the case, so there is talk that the Iheanacho may be linked to Celtic. I haven't seen any concrete stories saying that, so I think it's a lot of people are putting 2 and 2 together and making 4. So We'll find out in the next 48 hours, I guess, whether that's the case. Well, it certainly is an opinion getting. I'm not quite sure. Kelechi Iheanacho, in essence, is the same player today as he was yesterday, and will be in tomorrow and then the days after that. So, in essence, he was a player with a good reputation from previous games, playing for a top team in the Spanish top division. So he has been a quality player, has proven it in the past. He still is a quality player potentially. Getting a player for free, after all, freedom of contract does allow players to move from one team to another for nothing. So Greg Taylor left Celtic to go to play in Greek football for nothing as a freedom of contract. Doesn't make him any less of a player than he had been playing for Celtic all of last 4 or 5 years. Still a really good player. So he's now a free agent. He's still a quality player. We'll see how well he settles down into Greek football. Doesn't seem, from what I've read so far, that Taylor's had a particularly good start to his time in Greece. Again, that might just be him adapting to a new culture, new team, new teammates, new tactics. And I dare say he will, in time, become good. So I've got no problem with Celtic signing free agents, same way that, in essence, Kieran Tierney was a free agent when he came to Celtic. His contract with Arsenal was terminated. He signed for Celtic in the summer. I've got no problem with that. Ross Doohan, another player who's come to Celtic as a free agent. In the old days, it was called the Bosman ruling. Doesn't exist now that we're out the EU. But I've got no particular problem with Celtic signing free agents as long as that player is a good quality player. Iheanacho in the past has been a good quality player. Yes, and had we bought Iheanacho in the January transfer window, as had been rumoured, he certainly, as Pat McLaughlin is saying there, would have cost us several £1 million. Is he a better player because we've bought him for several £1 million than he would be if we're getting him as a free agent? I think he's pretty much the same player now as he was 6 months ago. If we'd bought Kieran Tierney in the January transfer window of 2025, so if we'd bought Kieran Tierney 8 months ago, what would Arsenal have asked us to pay for him? I don't know. Kieran Tierney, it was a good player recovering from injury at that point. I think Kieran Tierney is a good player as long as he regains his ability to play 90 minutes at the highest level for Celtic. Yep. So Paul Maguire saying good night's troops. Yeah, well, I'm certainly happy to keep on talking as long as other people want to keep on talking as well. And I really do enjoy, one of the great things I enjoy about doing this YouTube channel, although it's not got tremendous numbers of people as viewers and subscribers, is I really enjoy having these sorts of chats via live stream through the comment section. And I really enjoy reading other people's opinions, other people's thoughts about Celtic, about football, about players. And I think it's a great thing being able to share opinions and thoughts with other people. I like when comments are nice and respectful. The language is family friendly. I think all these things are great. And I really do enjoy sharing opinions with people, even though my opinion might be different from them. I'm 100% happy for other people to have different opinions, because all I really am is an enthusiastic amateur sharing my thoughts with other people. So I also accept your point there, Martin. The fact that Sevilla have terminated his contract, that might be of significance. They maybe feel he isn't worthwhile carrying on with. That certainly could be a factor. I did think it was interesting that he didn't come to us in the winter window. There was a lot of strong stories that he was coming that all seemed to have sort of fall apart. That also seemed to be from memory. It was one of these stories that kind of developed late in the transfer window that he could be coming to Celtic. So, but there have been other players who have terminated contract. In some ways, Kieran Tierney leaving Arsenal was a similar thing, of Arsenal kind of tearing up the option of extending Tierney's contract for a bit longer. Benson, from memory, I read the story, and just the once with Benson was a player that Celtic had been looking at signing, I think from Burnley, and then Burnley pulled out of the deal. Yang apparently had been down in Birmingham negotiating with medicals and personal terms and contracts and stuff, and it would appear that Birmingham pulled out of the deal rather than Celtic pulling out of that deal, in that Birmingham didn't think they could get the Yang deal through in time for the 7 o'clock window shutting in England. So it would appear that Birmingham pulled out of the deal for Yang. So Yang's come back to be a Celtic player. Benson appears to be a wide player again for Burnley from memory. Burnley pulled out of the deal, which meant that Celtic couldn't pursue signing him. Yes. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, interestingly, the ex-Celtic loan player Paddy Roberts went from Sunderland to Birmingham at the same time. So whether Birmingham also decided they didn't want to have both Paddy Roberts and Yang at the same time, it's perfectly reasonable. Paddy Roberts, a more experienced player, probably a more consistent player, although his career really didn't take off quite as one expected. He did have a good time playing for Sunderland. He seems to have dropped out of their pecking order with them having been promoted back to the Premier League. And so maybe they decided they didn't want to have both Paddy Roberts and Yang in the squad. They would have ended up having 3 ex-Celtic players all in the squad at the same time, plus a Celtic assistant manager also there at the same time. Piers Travers, again, I think Celtic were in a very positive position in the summer. I think it was a position of strength. I think one of the factors that several football pundits and a couple of football agents were making in the press was that with Celtic not being guaranteed a place in the Champions League, a lot of players were holding back on signing for Celtic or coming to Celtic because they weren't in the Champions League. So it may be one of these sort of circular arguments that Celtic couldn't sign the players they wanted because the players would only commit to coming to Celtic once we were in the Champions League. Obviously, over the last couple of seasons, we were straight into the Champions League, so the players already knew they were going to get Champions League football. So it would appear that some players held back on signing for Celtic until we got into the Champions League. And of course, we didn't get into the Champions League. The players that we had going into those 2 games against Kairat Almaty should have been way better enough to have got us through those 2 ties. So yes, having some extra players, some extra options at striker and wide players would have been great. And it certainly would have helped if some players weren't playing so well, to have other players coming off the bench, coming into the team. So had we signed in some extra players, it would have been great. And it probably would have mitigated against too many players all being off form and out of confidence at the same time, like they were in those 2 ties against Kairat Almaty. But it also would appear that possibly some players weren't going to come to us until we were into the Champions League, and that's why some deals didn't keep on progressing to go through. Some players chose to go to other teams instead. So we'll never know, because, as I said right at the start of this live stream, part of the difficulty is we never really properly know quite what's going on behind the scenes. We rely entirely on newspapers, online sites, rumours coming out of football agents and football transfer experts, the Fabrizio Romano, the Sky team people, Stephen McGowan and several other people who are journalists. We rely on them. They all claim to have inside sources. They all claim to know all what's happening inside Celtic. I suspect from quite a lot of the fact that a lot of these stories that we got told over the last 2 or 3 weeks, none of these things have actually come to pass. Probably implies a lot of these journalists and websites who have inside sources I think what it possibly proves is that quite a lot of these inside sources don't actually really know what they're talking about. However, what it does is it creates, I think, it's created quite an antagonistic atmosphere between the club. A lot of what Brendan Rodgers has been saying in press conferences, not been good for, I think, for his interactions with the scouting people, the recruitment people, the board, the players. I think there's been a bad atmosphere at Celtic all summer because of frustrations, understandable frustrations, and not getting players in. I think signing a player these days is very, very complicated. A lot more complicated than it was in the past. Yeah, they were talking about Aberdeen have just signed a Swedish winger called Jesper Karlsson. Have to admit, I've never actually seen Jesper Karlsson playing live. I'd never seen Sebastian Tunetki playing full stop until he got linked to Celtic about 10 days ago. Then I've watched various different bits and bobs of Swedish football via YouTube and via the internet. Not sure whether people would have preferred Kevin Nisbet coming back to Scottish football. Obviously, he did fine playing for Hibs. He's not had a terribly good, successful career down at Millwall. He had an okay loan deal back at Aberdeen. I'm not sure many Celtic fans would have been happy for Celtic to have signed Kevin Nisbet from Millwall. £300,000, I think, is what Aberdeen have paid for him. I think he might well fit well into Aberdeen. Not so sure he would have fitted well into Celtic. What actually was really quite disappointing today for me was seeing David Strelic signing from Slovan Bratislava to Middlesbrough for £6 million. In the winter window, Celtic were quoted £9 million for Strelic. It's frustrating that price has come down. Another player, obviously, earlier the transfer window, Matthias Kiesgarden, left Brøndby to go to Norwich. That's very disappointing. Went to Norwich for a lesser fee than Celtic had offered several times in the winter window and in the previous summer window. And also, if I read the story properly, Odsonne Edouard was sold by Crystal Palace today for about £4 million. Not sure if people would have been happy for Odsonne Edwards to come back to the club. So Rodgers has promised he's going to stay with Celtic for the full 3 years. As I've said earlier on, I don't think Rodgers was going to stay at Celtic for any longer than 3 years. He's stayed at 2 clubs for over 3 years and got sacked in year 4, both at Leicester and at Liverpool. One of the people who's been with the channel right from the start also pointed out that Brendan Rodgers is the only manager at Liverpool who's had more than 3 seasons who never won anything in those 3 and a bit seasons. So Rodgers' success rate being at a club longer than 3 years is very poor. His last season at Liverpool was cut short. He had a terrible start to the season. Leicester, obviously, in his 4th year there, were in relegation battles. He got sacked and they managed to stay above the relegation zone. So, yes, he says he's going to stay at Celtic. I think if he stays at Celtic and he gets Celtic back on an even keel and moving forward in the right direction, gets the team spirit all better, gets all these new players and older players all fitting together as a good team, that would be brilliant. I suspect that Rodgers is with Celtic to the end of the season and then he's moving on to somewhere else. Quite who Celtic gets at that point depends maybe on who's available coming away from international management, because there will be some international managers moving on after the World Cup. There'll be some managerial spots becoming available because teams are moving, changing the managers, as happens so often at the starts and the ends of seasons. When we got Ange Postecoglou back in 21-22, that was quite a surprise. We'd been trying to get Eddie Howe all summer. Eddie Howe pulled out at the last minute. Ange Postecoglou came in. No one really very much knew Ange Postecoglou much from before, and for 2 seasons he was a great Celtic manager. So I doubt that Rodgers is leaving tomorrow or leaving today, but in football you never know. And I'm not convinced that he would turn down an offer from West Ham, Notts Forest, an English Premier League side, if they offered him a job tomorrow. Yes, and that's Martin's making a good, again, and as Martin's made hundreds of really good points during the live stream. Rodgers is on £3 million a year at Celtic. There are contrasting stories as to whether Celtic did or didn't offer him a new contract at the start of the summer. Some people are saying that the meeting between Lawwell, Nicholson, Dermot Desmond and Brendan Rodgers at the start of the season, I think it was prior to Rodgers coming back from his holiday house in Spain, coming back for pre-season. I think there was some kind of meeting over there. Some people are saying that Rodgers was offered the option of a couple of years extension to his contract. He turned down. Rodgers says that he's going to look at having a new Celtic contract in the new year, so maybe that will transpire, but I doubt he's staying. If Rodgers was to leave tomorrow, Celtic's options would be, I would guess, John Kennedy and Gavin Strachan taking over as caretaker managers. You do wonder whether someone like Scott Brown, who's been a success at Ayr, but being a success at Ayr is a big difference from being a success at Celtic. Neil Lennon's at Dunfermline, so he would be available. I don't know. At this point of the season, there's not an awful lot of great managers going around. Ange Postecoglou, as far as I'm aware, he's still available. But Brendan Rodgers, to the best of our knowledge, is still at Celtic. Sean Maloney, certainly he's got a job which is supposed to be sort of player development, bringing players through the academy, supervising players going off on loan. I think it's an important job that Sean Maloney's doing. He was a good assistant manager for Roberto Martinez at international level. Sean Maloney has not been a very successful manager when he's been a manager by himself, but certainly as an assistant manager, he's been very good. But I think if Rodgers does resign tomorrow, as some people are suggesting that he might, we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. Yes, and David Stalker's making a brilliant point there. I think part of the thing with the fact that Rodgers has been in the past unsuccessful taking a team into year 4 and beyond probably does suggest entirely what David Stalker's suggesting there, in that he isn't terribly good at maintaining a squad, maintaining a team, keeping it moving forward and forward and forward and forward, whilst also delivering a new message or the same message in a different way to the players who are there and the new players. A lot of people in their comments are suggesting that Rodgers is very, very set in his ways. I was making the comment earlier on about square pegs and round holes and round pegs and square holes. Rodgers is very, very wedded to a strict 4-3-3. He wants Callum McGregor playing as a defensive midfielder. He wants to have 2 wide players. I think in a lot of ways he spoiled Kyogo by making Kyogo play deeper and deeper. Don't think that was Kyogo's best way of playing. Admittedly, in the end, Rodgers did have Kyogo playing much more forward on the last defender's shoulder, but for a wee while he was making Kyogo drop deeper into midfield, creating space for the wide players and the midfielders to win behind, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to do, but it wasn't the best way to use Kyogo. And my feeling is you should use the players you've got in the best way that you can use them and fit your team around the players rather than fitting the players into your strict 4-3-3. And maybe that's why Rodgers struggles to take teams further forward. Right at the start, we were talking about great managers like Jock Stein, Alex Ferguson, Arsene Wenger, plenty of other managers who are at a club for a long, long time, and they do seem to be always able to maintain their dressing room, keep on bringing in new players, bringing in young players, fitting them into the team, adapting the team, getting everybody playing off the same hymn sheet, the same instructions. I think Rodgers is very, very restricted and stubborn in the way that he plays. And I don't think that's good in the long-term success of a club. Possibly in the short-term success of a club, it works well. But in the long term, I don't think it does work well, which is why maybe he hasn't survived longer than. All right, I said, of course, Roberto Martinez played for Motherwell, I think, for a wee while. Not a massively successful footballing career as a player, but turned into a very, very good manager. I think Roberto Martinez would have been interesting selection to be manager, obviously experienced. Managed at the highest level internationally and in European leagues. I don't know if he's available. If he has got links to Scotland, we could happily have him back. But we've got Brendan Rodgers at the moment. Maybe I am too optimistic. Maybe I'm too the glass is half full rather than half empty. I still think Celtic have got the best players in the Scottish Premiership. I think our squad is still a lot better than any other team in Scotland. The players have to play to their ability to prove that. If players don't play well, other teams who are playing well as a team, Hibs showed last season that if you stick with your players, in the end, they become a good team. They get better and better. I think Hibs were, at many points last season, the second best team in Scottish football. That was partly Hibs stayed very loyal to David Gray at the start. His players that he'd bought and brought into the team and changed the way the team, eventually, after a couple of months, that started to really work well. Jimmy Tilley at Aberdeen, maybe the opposite. He came in straight away. He was a big success. But with time, Aberdeen started having injuries, loss of form, and the team kind of fell apart. Yep. So I think they're at Celtic. I think personally, if Celtic were looking for a new manager, they would have lots of top-level managers looking to take over the job. I think Celtic is still obviously a very big club. We're a very big club in a small league. I think little by little, the reputation of the Scottish Premiership is going down and down. The Rangers Celtic match on the Sunday was a very, very poor advert for Scottish football. I was saying earlier on today to someone else that in some ways, had Celtic played against Keirat Almaty and lost because Keirat Almaty were so good that they beat Celtic playing at their best, I have less of a problem with Celtic losing a match when they play at their best. So we lost to Bayern Munich 2-1 at Celtic Park. We drew with Bayern Munich 1-1. So, but Celtic actually played well in both those games. And so I've got less of a problem with Celtic losing to someone when we've played well, but they've played even better. Keirat Almaty stuck to their script. They played their script brilliantly, but Celtic's players really let us down as fans, let each other down, let the managers down, let the coaches down, let everybody down. And it was very, 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 very disappointing. Hibs do look like a team I think Hibs are a better team now than they were last season. I think they've made a couple of very interesting signings. I think Kieran Bowie, their striker, really good player. They reportedly were trying to sign Lyndon Dykes, the Scottish international who's currently playing for Birmingham. He's fallen out of favour at Birmingham. Hibs were trying to sign Lyndon Dykes on loan for the rest of the season. That seems to have fallen through. I think Hibs have got a lot of good players. They've got backup players as well. They've got players who can score goals. I think Hibs could well give us a difficult game or two this season, much like they did give us a difficult game or two last season. They were very unlucky in Europe. They got so close to qualifying in that two-legged tie against Legia Warsaw. They were within a few minutes of added time of going through. They'd fought back really well in the previous tie. They fought back really well in that tie. But in essence, I think they ran out of energy. Yes, Erik ten Hag is currently free. He got sacked by Bayer Leverkusen earlier today. I think he'd only managed Bayer Leverkusen for 2 proper games. It's not terribly encouraging if a manager gets sacked by their team two games into a season. It does suggest that something pretty major must have gone wrong for Bayer Leverkusen, and Erik ten Hag was a big success in Dutch football, not really a success at all at Man United, and doesn't appear to have been a success one way or another at Bayer Leverkusen. I suspect he probably could come into Celtic and do a good job. Yes. The only reason that I would be happy with Ange Postecoglou coming back was being a Celtic fan when he was the manager was more fun than it had been for a number of years. The way we played under Brendan Rodgers and Neil Lennon, Celtic weren't playing the brightest, happiest, bestest of football. Under Ange Postecoglou, football was fun, football was exciting. We seemed to score lots and lots of late goals under Ange Postecoglou. He seemed to be very, very good at man management. And Ange Postecoglou also tended to get his transfers in earlier rather than late. Quite a lot of the people who are involved in transfers under Ange Postecoglou are still at the club. Some people have moved on. It does strike me to be quite unusual that Ange Postecoglou got quite a lot of his signings in early, and so they were all bedded in for the start of the season. Players like Maeda and Hatate and Ideguchi all were training for Celtic for a few days before they signed between Christmas and New Year. Alza Johnston came over to Celtic and trained with them between Christmas and New Year and then signed on New Year's Day. So Postecoglou certainly seemed to be able to get his signings in early. Rodgers, for one reason or another, isn't getting his signings in early. They're all coming in at the last minute. There's also a wee bit of an argument to say that some of the players maybe signed at the start of Brendan Rodgers' 23-24, his first season, were players maybe who were scouted and brought in for the Ange Postecoglou system. Then, of course, Ange Postecoglou left Celtic at the end of that season to go to Tottenham. It may be some of those players were Ange Postecoglou players. And that's why they've not really fitted into Rodgers' way of playing. Again, David Gray, not a bad shout at all. He's done a good job at Hibs. Whether he could keep on doing a good job at Celtic, I don't know. The pressures managing Celtic are a lot more extreme than managing at Hibs. At Celtic, you've got to win the league every year. You've got to win cups and doubles. With the modern way of Celtic, with the way that us fans are demanding of the club, winning the cup's not good enough. We've got to win the league and a cup, or winning the league and a couple of cups. And now it's a double and a treble's not good enough. We've got to also progress and do really well in Europe. No problem at all with a club keeping on moving its boundaries further and further forward. I personally am always happy if we win the league. Winning a cup or two cups is even better. So obviously the last several seasons have been good. I was happy enough under Ronnie Dahlia, where we didn't win terribly many cups, but we won the league. Got even better under Lennon and Rodgers and so on, in that we won lots of cups and lots of leagues. We've won doubles and trebles pretty much every year for the last 15 years. So David Gray might well be a good manager. What I would be quite keen to see, one way or another, would be an experienced manager, with or without links to Celtic, but bringing in maybe as his assistant players like, or ex-players like like Scott Brown, Charlie Mulgrew, Johnny Hayes had a good reputation with the Aberdeen Academy. He's now moved into Celtic's Academy. I would quite like to see how an experienced manager as the manager, and then younger ex-Celtic players who know the club, who know the ethos, who know the inside workings at Celtic, have known the people at Celtic, like a Scott Brown, etc., might well be worthwhile. That worked with Neil Lennon coming as a player, then in coaching staff, and then he became a manager. He's not my favourite person, Neil Lennon, but he achieved success for Celtic, certainly domestically, not so much in Europe. Scott Brown, I think, is somebody that Celtic would definitely consider making manager. Whether they would put him straight into being manager or try and get him in as an assistant manager is a different matter. Which is one of the reasons I would be quite happy for Ange Postecoglou to come back. I don't think he's going to come back. I don't think it's the Ange Postecoglou way of being a manager. Can't remember how much Alistair Johnston was, but I think he's been a brilliant signing for Celtic. I think he's a great fullback, good at getting forward. I think he's a leader on the pitch as well. He's very vocal, which I think Celtic are lacking. We don't have terribly many players on the pitch who are getting players in the right position, helping other players. I think Alistair Johnston is a very impressive person when he's talking in the pre-match press conferences. He's always very interesting. He seems to think deeply about the game. He seems to think deeply about his teammates and how to make their game easier and how to them to fit in. I presume you're referring to Stephen Presley. Again, his managerial career has not been terribly impressive. Not doing that well at Dundee at the moment. So I would be surprised if he got the job. Oops. Yep. So under Ange Postecoglou, we made some really good signings. We bought players from the Japanese league. It wasn't terribly fashionable at that time to buy players from the Japanese league. Kyogo turned out brilliantly. Daisen Maeda turned out brilliantly. Ryo Hatate turned out brilliantly. Ideguchi didn't turn out so well, although he was injured very early in his Celtic career. He never really got himself established. Yuki Kobayashi, really quite disappointing. I thought Tomoki Iwata was a great player. I was really surprised when we sold him 12 months ago. He then went on to have a brilliant season for Birmingham. He's been playing well in the English Championship this season. I think if we were to buy Tomoki Iwata in the transfer window that's just shut, goodness knows what Birmingham would have been charging for him. But we sold him for $1 million, I think, which is around about the same price as we paid for him. I was saying a wee bit earlier on, we sold O off to Genk. They were going to sell him to Stuttgart for a big fee, but apparently he failed his medical. So Celtic did make some good signings with Kyogo, Hatate, Maeda. Maeda and Hatate came in a few days before they actually signed for Celtic, so they were part of the squad before they even signed. Kyogo came in nice and early in Ange Postecoglou's time, and that very much worked really well. Yeah, Presley suddenly doesn't, when he's on the touchline, he doesn't. You're quite right. He doesn't really look like I think he looks more like a school teacher, but I can certainly see where he's coming from in terms of saying he looks like a GP. He certainly doesn't really look like a football manager, and he's not really turned around Dundee so far. No, if Rodgers was to leave, citing the lack of support in the transfer window this summer, one could fully see where he's coming from. I think I did say earlier on, to be fair to the board, they did put a lot of money into players last summer, another $8 million in for Jota in the winter. So they have invested in the 24-25 season well over £40 million into players. Also invested a lot of money back into the squad in terms of increasing the contracts for people like Hatate, Carter Vickers, McGregor, Alistair Johnston, Daisen Maeda, and several others. Liam Scales got a pay rise. A lot of Celtic's players got good pay rises over the last few seasons. So that's, again, the board investing a lot of money in the players who are actually at the club to try and get loyalty of those players. So there's different ways of looking at how supportive the board have been for Rodgers. They gave him 40-odd million last season in the two windows to buy players. Engels and Trusty was injured, but Trusty wouldn't have started against Rangers last Sunday. Engels did start, but that was the first proper start he'd had all season. Idah had fallen out of favour at Celtic at that point. He's now off to Swansea. Paulo Bernardo, he actually played better for Celtic when he was with us on loan. Didn't play so well for us last season when he became a permanent signing. Doesn't really feel as if Brendan Rodgers quite knows how to use Paulo Bernardo at his best now. Paulo Bernardo certainly seems now to be the lowest level midfielder in the club. It's difficult to know the signings that Rodgers made in the first summer 2023, how many of them were his players, how many were a throwback to Ange Postecoglou's. People like Mike Nawrocki, Gustav Lagerbielke, I think were both very good defenders. They'd never really seemed to fit in with Rodgers' way of playing. it does suggest maybe there was something about their personalities he didn't like, and that both Lagerbielke and Nawrocki quickly fell behind Carter Vickers and Liam Scales as being Celtic's main two central defenders. I think they're both very talented players. Lagerbielke had a really good season on loan last season in Dutch football, but they didn't keep him. They sent him back to Celtic, so maybe that does suggest there's something about Lagerbielke's attitude that causes problems. It's difficult to know how many of these players. Lewis Palmer was another player that came in summer of 2023. His first 6 months at the club were great, and then for one reason or another, combination of injury, going back and forward to Honduras, he seemed to fall out of favour with Brendan Rodgers and never got back into Brendan Rodgers' good books. He's now, as I said earlier on, he's off in Poland, and he does seem to be a success in Poland. He's slightly changed the way he's now playing. For Lech Poznan, he's playing more centrally. When at Celtic, he was really only tried in the wide positions. He was never tried in any of the other positions that he'd done well for in Honduras domestically, and in Greek football. He was very much confined to being a winger at Celtic. He was never tried in any of the central positions he was also good at. It's quite interesting that there have been vague stories about Dyson Maida and Rio Atati leaving the clubs, but it's never really seemed to come to fruition. There's been lots of rumours, but there's never been anything that's really been concrete. Obviously, when rumours started about Matt O'Reilly, very quickly Celtic turned in all these bids in the January window and then sold him in the end to Brighton the following summer. Again, Nicholas Kuhn, very much the same thing. Lots of bids for Nicholas Kuhn in the winter window of 2025. And then very quickly, this summer 25 window, we've sold Nicholas Kuhn on to Como. Disappointingly, we never brought anybody in. And that's, for me, is one of the biggest mistakes we've made, is we've sold players or sent players off on loan without having players in the club to take their place, or bringing in players to take their place. Which is why I'm so surprised that the Adam Idah transfer went through today, in that we don't seem to have anybody. It's perfectly possible that Adam Idah fell out of love with Celtic, or Celtic fell out of love with Adam Idah, or a bit of both. He seemed to be a player that really thrived on being confident, and I think when he came to Celtic on loan for those 4 or 5 months, I think he felt very confident, and also I think the team and Rodgers and the coaching staff made him feel very confident. And then maybe also because he had to prove himself, maybe that was part of Adam Idah. He then comes back to Celtic last summer as a £9 million player. At that point, he was equaling or breaking Celtic's transfer record of being our most expensive player ever. Maybe the pressure of that was a problem for him. Maybe a variety of things. I think Adam Idah's confidence and self-esteem, etc., is really important. And maybe for one reason or another, his confidence took a battering last season. He certainly didn't seem to come back to Celtic this pre-season or early this season full of confidence. He, in the games he did play for us, did look like he was just half a step behind where he would have been last season. In the last season, he was making better runs. He was getting himself into space. He was, when he was getting chances, he was taking them. This season, he's not been taking them. Certainly going to Swansea. It's a team, obviously, where Celtic actually have some links, with Darren O'Day having moved down there to be assistant manager. So it may well be that that it's going to work out well for him. He had a reasonable career at Norwich without being a great career at Norwich. Possibly the best spell of Adam Idah's career was that loan spell 2 seasons ago with Celtic. To the best of my knowledge, Adam Idah was on very good salary at Celtic. Whether Swansea are offering him more, certainly a lot of English Championship clubs have got an incredible amount of money and are able to offer people really big wages. Another example we were talking about earlier was Matthias Kiesgarden. I was very, very surprised that he went to Norwich. Norwich did have the benefit of parachute payments. They do have the benefit of a very good TV contract for that level of football. And certainly the English Championship seems to be able to attract the kind of players that you would have thought Celtic should be able to attract. The people like David Strelic, the people like Matthias Kiesgarden, Adam Idah back there. Yep. So Clashman Numpty, again, another person who's been with me from the start. Lots of really insightful, clever comments. We don't always agree on absolutely everything, which is tremendous from my point of view. But it is a good point as to whether Celtic are better to keep hold of Rodgers as manager to the end of the season. I don't think Celtic would sack Brendan Rodgers. So Rodgers might well leave, I think, to go to be a manager in England. I think he's been rumoured to be going to a variety of different clubs in England over the last year or so. That's never come to fruition. He has said multiple times in his press conferences that he wasn't going to leave the club. That didn't really work out very well the first time. He left us in the February, March time of his third season with the club the first time around. And I don't think he's actually got a tremendous loyalty to Celtic. Yes, I think there's a combination. I agree largely with what you're saying there. I think he's been undermined by the board. I think he's also undermined the board. He also at the same time has undermined the board, undermined the scouting team, the recruiting team. It feels as if that all those various different aspects behind the scenes haven't been working well together. And I think Celtic have been at their best when all those various different parts of the club are working well together. And I don't think under Brendan Rodgers, first time around and particularly second time around, that things are working out well behind the scenes with the board, the recruitment people, the financial people, the scouting people, all fitting together. So I think there's a degree of him being undermined by the board. I think there's a degree of him undermining the board and undermining other people within the backroom team at Celtic. So, and I fully agree that a lot of the football we've played this season has been very disappointing, very slow, not very creative. Although many of the players that are not being creative and playing with pace this season, for many parts of last season, played with creativity, played with pace, played with forward intent. A lot of the players who are not doing very well in those aspects now, under Ange Postecoglou for those 2 seasons, were showing lots of ability to get the ball forward quickly. And for some reason or other, we're not doing that now. Is that the players? Is that the manager? Is that the coaches? Is it something else? I think it's probably a mixture of lots of different things. Rodgers seemed to be a big fan of Adam Idah last summer. He seemed very committed to bringing Idah to the club. That's why we ended up paying several million more than Idah was probably worth. We paid 9 million with another $500,000 added on in clauses. Rodgers last season seemed to be very keen on Adam Idah. He seemed to fall out of favour with Rodgers quite quickly. Kyogo was our first choice striker for most of the first half of last season. Dijsselmeyer was our first choice striker for the second half of the season. Adam Idah, I think when he came to Celtic, thought that he and Kyogo would be equal first choice, alternating who was starting, who was on the bench. Very quickly, Kyogo became the number one starter. Idah was always coming off the bench last season. So it does appear, I would suspect that Maybe Rodgers has fallen out with Idah. Idah's fallen out with Rodgers, or fallen out with Celtic. I hope his career turns round and does well at Swansea. I thought Idah, in a lot of ways, did fine for Celtic to score 20 goals, mostly being as a sub, coming off the bench and starting from time to time. I think 20 goals is a pretty decent output. Also, it's strange just looking at the story regarding Jesper Karlsson coming from Bologna to Aberdeen on loan. Again, it does sound a bit surprising that if Bologna were willing to release on loan Jesper Karlsson to go to Aberdeen, was it simply the link up between Jesper Karlsson and his ex-manager Jimmy Tillin? Was that what got that deal to go through? Or whether Celtic never looked at getting Karlsson in on loan? Yes, I that's a brilliant point, Clashman Numpty. I 100% agree with that as well. That maybe, as can often be the case in football clubs, but also in real life jobs and real life organizations, sometimes someone at the head of an organization leaving kickstarts the needed change at lower levels. And I'm sure all of us who do work or have worked in the past know sometimes a change of boss, a change of owner of a company, the change of other things within the company can be a quick kickstart to restart the club. I can fully see what you're saying there, that that the failure to qualify for the Champions League, I think that will kickstart a change in mentality and teamwork underneath at Celtic. But also Rodgers resigning and leaving, I think that would put Celtic in a disadvantaged position initially, unless we were able to get someone in quickly to take over as manager. Not convinced that a caretaker management team of Gavin Strachan, John Kennedy, Johnny Hayes, Sean Maloney would do that brilliantly for Celtic. But I can entirely see what you're saying. I can entirely see what you're saying. I think Celtic do need to have something that kickstarts a change, and sometimes a change of leadership, i.e. Brendan Rodgers in this case, could be the thing to kickstart the change. I don't think there's any possibility of there being a change in terms of the board members and the majority shareholder at Celtic. The amount of money you would have to pay Dermot Desmond to buy Dermot Desmond's 34% share of the Celtic shares would be a couple of £100 million in the end, in that his shares are worth between 60 and 100 million reportedly. He wouldn't be selling the shares voluntarily. You would need to give him an incredibly big profit on his shares. So you'd be looking at something like 200 million to buy out Dermot Desmond. He's a 34% shareholder. That means 66% of the shares are owned by other people. Celtic's actually got quite a number of shareholders who are big investment bankers, hedge funds, very successful business people. So Celtic is actually, in terms of global terms, a very successful club, a very attractive club to invest in, which is why so many people who have invested in Celtic in terms of buying shares from trust funds and hedge funds and investment bankers and stuff. So I don't think there's going to be a change of leadership in terms of the board. I think the amount of money. Also had conversations with people through the comment section in the past. Do we want Celtic to be bought by an American billionaire? Would we be happy if Donald Trump, let's say, or his sons bought Celtic for $500 million, for $500 million or pounds rather? Would we be happy? Would Celtic still be Celtic if we were owned by American billionaires or a Russian oil oligarch or Saudi, Kuwaiti, Qatari billionaires. I don't know. I think the club would probably change. I think Celtic under Dermot Desmond and his board still is Celtic. It still has a throwback to Brother Walford. It still has a throwback to Celtic's origins. It still understands the importance of You'll Never Walk Alone, the colours that Celtic play in, the culture of Celtic and Ireland and all the countries around the world. I think it's part of it. Yes. Yes, I was saying that earlier on in the live stream several hours ago that I don't feel that O got a good chance at Celtic. Hopefully Shin Yamada gets a good chance at Celtic to establish himself. O was kind of in and out of the team. A lot of the time he was spending playing, coming off the bench. I thought O actually had a different side to his game that Celtic didn't really have. I thought he was a more than useful centre forward. I thought he's done very well in Belgian football, so well that they were selling him to German football. Someone was saying earlier on, I haven't seen this confirmed yet, that O's deal to go to Germany fell through because of he's failing his medical. Haven't seen that being confirmed, but certainly someone did say that earlier on. I think if we still had O at the club, who knows? Maybe he would be able to step in to be Celtic's number one striker. Yep. So I fully accept. I haven't read that story. I've not been able to see it on my iPad or on the TV, but I fully accept that story is true. Still makes him a good player. Still makes him a big success having left Celtic. And I think there are a number of players who've left Celtic because Rodgers has got rid of them over the last 2 years, who are going to turn into be good footballers in the long term. Right. I haven't seen, again, I've seen lots of stories regarding Kelechi Iheanacho coming to Celtic, but I haven't actually seen that confirmed yet. I think he would turn out to be a good player at Celtic. The only reason against potentially us being bought by billionaires is the club gets changed. Clubs like Leicester, when they were bought by, I can't remember what country the people were from, but they massively changed everything about Leicester. Cardiff were a very good example. I think they were bought by people from Thailand or Malaysia. Nothing wrong with people from that country. I've had great work colleagues and friends who are from the Far East and from those countries. Some of the people at university, my best friends, were from those countries, so I had no problem with that. It just was Cardiff got massively changed when they were bought over by people from the Far East. They changed the club colours, they changed the club emblem, they changed the club songs, they changed everything about the club. And I do think part of being a Celtic supporter is the tremendous history going back 140 years or whatever, the tremendous history of 1967, the 9 in a row, the tremendous history of taking Celtic from 2000 up to 2025 with all those titles and cups and so on over those years. So that's part of the reason I wouldn't be very keen to for Celtic to be bought over by billionaires who don't really know the club. It did not work out at all well for Man United when they were bought over by the Glazer family. Certainly Chelsea, Russian oligarch, they had success. They then were bought by Americans. Chelsea's not, after that initial spell, been massively successful. Obviously, tremendously good for Man City, tremendously good now for Liverpool, bought over by billionaire American business people. Maybe they've bought into the culture of those clubs better than some. The question also is, if we did get bought over by a billionaire who then put all this money into Celtic, would we be able to attract really high quality players to come and play in Scotland? A lot of football agents and journalists and stuff are saying It's the quality of football in Scotland that prevents players coming to Scotland. Certainly, quite a lot of international managers have warned their players they won't get to play internationally for them if they're playing in Scotland. That was a factor for Kyogo. Factor for Matt O'Reilly leaving Celtic was they were told their international careers weren't going to progress if they remained playing for Celtic or playing in Scottish football. So I don't know. Yeah. I have no knowledge one way or another as to who Dermot Desmond would sell his shares to. What I'm trying to say is, if he was to sell his shares, he wouldn't be selling them necessarily for exactly the price that they're worth at the moment, which is somewhere 60 to 80 million pounds, possibly 100 million pounds. Other people were estimating. He's going to want a lot of money for his shares if he was going to sell his shares. And say Celtic do have a lot of big shareholders. So for Celtic to have a change of culture behind the scenes in terms of the board and stuff, it would take an incredible amount of money from either one very, very rich person or several rich people clubbing together, as is the case, obviously, with the Fenway Group who bought over Liverpool. That was a group of American businessmen who were all billionaires who go around the world buying up sports clubs in one sport or another. Maybe for Celtic that would be a good thing, but then could we at Celtic, and being in Scotland with playing in the Scottish Premiership with a tiny TV contract, not much quality in the league, not a very prestigious club in terms of European football, could we attract really top quality players to come to Celtic? I don't know. Yep. I don't know Dermot Desmond at all. I have no real knowledge of him. He, from memory, bought the club over from Fergus McCann. Fergus McCann bailed Celtic out of being liquidated and potentially never more when we were almost bankrupt and almost liquidated back in the mid-90s. Fergus McCann came in, put in lots of his own money, paid off all the debt, helped renovate the stadium, helped move Celtic into the 20th century or the 21st century eventually, then sold his shares off. I don't know how much of a fan Dermot Desmond is. Some people I've read say that he is a big Celtic fan, fully conversant and knowledgeable about Celtic right back to the founding of the club. I don't know. I don't know Dermot Desmond. Again, he's a person who doesn't tend to be terribly in the public. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So I'm a great believer in supporting Celtic. Celtic are having a dodgy time at the moment. To be fair to the team, they are top of the Scottish League, even though they're not playing anywhere near their best. They still are top of the Scottish League. That's probably more an indictment of the quality of football in Scotland. That Celtic playing about 50% or less than of their potential and their ability are still top of the league. We've not conceded a goal in any of the Scottish Premiership games. We conceded one goal to Falkirk in the League Cup. Well, I hear you what you're talking about, but I'm not sure how do you force the board out if we had half a billion pounds between us, the board would be forced out because somebody would have bought them over and got rid of them. But that's a good point Martin's making. Martin's made hundreds of really good points this evening. There was a spell where it did look like the English Premier League were very keen to involve Celtic and Rangers into an expanded an expanded English Premier League. There was moves for about a year or so that looked like that was going to go through. Sky Sports TV were massively keen on Celtic and Rangers joining the English Premier League. Very quickly, the other English teams, UEFA, English FA, all them said it's not possible, and so that kind of fell by the wayside. But certainly, possibly part of the reasoning behind investing in Celtic was because they thought that Celtic would move on to a bigger, more prestigious, high money league like the English Premier League. There have been moves for a sort of pan-European league, so having the same sort of league as we've got at the moment, except that Celtic and Rangers would be in a league alongside Ajax and Anderlecht and teams from Germany and Spain. Sort of a two-tiered European Super League that was kind of in the background maybe 5-10 years ago. That thing had a lot of legal problems and all fell apart. That seems to have been resurrected to an extent. What we've kind of got at the moment with the version of the Champions League and the Europa League being these 36-team leagues for Champions League and 36-team leagues for Europa League, which are a mixture of lots and lots of clubs from the big leagues and a few clubs from the smaller leagues. That might well in the long term become the way that football is. And as Clashman Numpty very much points out, money could well be the driver. So if Sky Sports and the equivalent in Spain, Italy, Germany, France, Belgium, Holland, etc., start to demand that sort of alternative to having a Dutch-only league and a Belgian-only league, that maybe they want to have a pan-European league on the same kind of structure. Maybe that will be the driver for European football. Also, there's a lot of very ambitious owners and shareholders who see it that way as well. People like, as I said, the Femi Sports Group who own Liverpool. They own clubs of all kinds of sports all over the world. They own several different sporting clubs in America, such as the Boston Boston Red Sox baseball team are owned by Fenway as well. They own teams all over the world. Red Bull obviously own teams all over the world. The Qataris and the City Group own clubs all over the world. Yes. So absolutely no problem with fans clubbing together, for fans supporting, having supporters groups, approaching the board, going to AGMs. All these things are very, very productive. Maybe it will have a change of structure. So yes, fully agree. Celtic fans can club together, form groups, pressurize the board, etc. Move things forward. I would, on the face of it, this transfer window at this time we've gone backwards, not forwards. We're yet to see how well players like Nigrin, Yamada, Balakwisha, Inamura, etc., turn out. We don't know how well Tierney is going to resurrect his career, get himself back to full fitness. If he got back to close to his best Celtic form or best Arsenal form, he would be a brilliant player for Celtic and would be a really big benefit in Scottish and European football. We don't know how these players are going to do. It's still early days in the season. It's one of the snags of being not having automatic qualification for the Champions League is before you even got your season started, you're out the Champions League. So many seasons in the past when we weren't automatic Champions League qualifiers, we got knocked out in the qualifiers. We were playing against teams like Kira Almaty who were at the end of their season. We're just starting our season. They've been playing together as a team for months and months and months and months. All their players knew each other. They all believed in their manager. They believed in the tactics they were playing. They all played for each other, and Celtic looked like a bunch of strangers in those two games against Kira Almaty. That's often been the way that in the summer European qualifiers for Champions League, etc., we are playing as in our pre-season against teams who are playing 3, 4, 5 months into their season. So it's one of the disadvantages of us having to go through Champions League qualifying is that we are never really my understanding with Newcastle fans is they're not terribly happy at the moment either. They weren't happy under Mike Ashley. They're not happy under the Saudis either. It looks like it's at Newcastle, from what I've been hearing on Sky Sports, that their backroom staff and their support staff at Newcastle is very, very underdeveloped. That Eddie Howe has been kind of left a lot to his own devices. He's not had people behind him to help him with things. The way that Newcastle's gone with the Alexander Isak fiasco over the summer, him refusing to play for the club, them struggling to get players in to replace him. A lot of Newcastle fans aren't very happy with the way that the Saudi people are managing the club either. So my understanding is that Newcastle fans weren't happy under Mike Ashley, and they're not happy under the Saudis either. The Saudis have certainly pumped millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds into them. They got lots and lots of good players. It appears that the financial fair play rules have come back to bite them. Financial fair play rules obviously came back to bite Everton, Notts Forest, Manchester City to a lesser extent, Aston Villa, another team who financial fair play has really, really caused a lot of problems for. So these kind of things are all swings and roundabouts. So, but I can't remember whose point it was, but Celtic have, on the face of it at the moment, they've gone backwards, not forwards over the course of this summer. Maybe we'll start going forwards when the players we've got start playing better as a team. Maybe we'll get going forward when the players that we have brought in this summer start to settle down, assuming that they settle down. Yeah, so my understanding of Fergus McCann, when he came into Celtic, he came into Celtic to save Celtic, and my recollection was all the stories I read at the time and read in retrospect were that Celtic were 24 hours, 48 hours of being bankrupted and shut down by the banks and shut down by the liquidators, etc. Whether Celtic would have been able to be bailed out by various different people, being allowed to keep hold of all their assets like Rangers did when they went bankrupt in 2012, I don't know. There were stories that Celtic would not have been potentially not even been a football club had it not been for Fergus McCann coming in with his millions and millions at that point to bail the club out and keep it going, and not just keep it going, make it a stronger and stronger club. And I think he's had a big role in making Celtic the club it is now. I also fully agree we should keep on trying to get the club to go further and further forward. I think Celtic, being a team in Scotland, it's a struggle for them to keep on moving the club further and further forward, because we're always going to be a big club with big ambitions, but in a small domestic league. Yes. So, the financial. I was just using the example of the financial fair play to maybe illustrate that having tons and tons of money and spending tons and tons of money when you're in a big league has variety of effects. It's not everybody can win the league like Liverpool and Man City have done just recently. Lots of clubs in England, particularly at the moment, but all around Europe, in big leagues with big TV money and big sponsorship and stuff, are having problems with financial fair play, and that was brought in to stop clubs going bankrupt, which isn't a good thing for clubs. Look at all those clubs in England: Morecambe and Sheffield Wednesday, and lots of clubs who were going to go bankrupt and be out of football. There's several clubs like that. Just not that recently ago, not too far ago, but Gretna were a team who had tons of money, overspent, bankrupted themselves. Clubs like Airdrie and Clydebank and several others went out of business because they were spending money they didn't have. Celtic are not spending money that they do have, which is also a problem. Yes, so I think Celtic were a very badly managed club in the late 70s, into the 80s, into the early 90s. That was partly also because other teams in Scotland had taken over from us, and Celtic were dropping further and further down. I don't think Celtic was very well managed in terms of backroom in the board and financial people in those days, and Celtic were nearly run into the ground and nearly were out of business. So Celtic and Ferguson can certainly move the club on. Okay. I'm not an expert in all these things. I'm just a to be fair, the financial fair play rules, I'm not a massive expert on. Just really responding to the problems quite a lot of English clubs are having at the moment with abiding by the financial fair play rules. Notts Forest, Everton, Man City, currently Newcastle are having problems. Aston Villa were having problems. Aston Villa had to sell off quite a number of their academy players to try and keep up with the financial play rules. They were going to be selling John McGinn to Newcastle. That fell through in the end. And what several Newcastle fans have been reading, they're not very happy with the way that Newcastle's been managed financially behind the scenes, in that they don't have the infrastructure. Yes, I've said this several times over the last 3 and a bit hours that that the lack of transparency, the lack of feedback from the people on the board, the financial people, the Paul Tisdales, the recruitment manager, the head of scouting, all these things are not good. In essence, the only real spokesperson for Celtic is Brendan Rodgers, and to a lesser extent, the Callum McGregors, the Casper Schmeichels, the Liam Scales, the Alsa Johnstons, the players. one never really hears any of the board, any of the financial people. And I haven't. If Nicholson was to come on the television and speak, and I heard his voice, I wouldn't be massively sure who it was. I think it's a massive problem. It's the lack of transparency. To be fair, an awful lot of football clubs are managed the same way. That the financial people, the board, etc., tend to be anonymous. But the lack of explanation, the lack of transparency, the lack of stuff being made clear to us is a big problem. Celtic is making a lot of money. Part of making a lot of money is because Celtic are winning things all the time in Scotland. We had a relatively successful season in the Champions League. The question is whether Celtic have the ability to get further than the first knockout stage of the Champions League. Very few clubs reached the actual knockout stage of the Champions League if they weren't in the really big leagues in Europe. It's an extremely long time since any team won the Champions League who wasn't in one of the big 4 or 5 leagues. I think Porto is the last team from a smaller league that's ever won the Champions League, and that was way, way back 20 years ago. So it's a long, long time since a smaller league has had any chance of real success in the Champions League. So maybe our ceiling in terms of Champions League is getting to the last 24, the last 16. Unfortunately, this season, for one reason or another, or multiple reasons, we're not going to have a chance to see how far we could have got this season. Some indications are, had we got through those qualifiers, this last week of the transfer window would have been far easier, because a lot more players would have agreed to come to Celtic because there was the Champions League football there for them to look forward to. So it's a wee bit like a chicken and an egg type of thing. But it's difficult to know whether if a billionaire came in to say, here's £1 billion of money for Celtic's transfer coffers, etc., whether that would allow Celtic to be able to say, that's fine, Newcastle, here's £125 million for Alexander Isak. Would Alexander Isak want to come and play in Scotland for Celtic? If we said to Alexander Isak, here is £500,000 a week, we're going to make you the highest paid footballer in the whole of the world, would Isak come to play for Celtic? I don't know. I doubt we'll ever find out whether that's the case. I don't think if Celtic had tons and tons and tons of money, we would be able to attract top level players because of the size of league that we play in and the amount of TV coverage, TV money, sponsorship money, etc. that's in the club. So Celtic, massive club in Scottish terms, massive global club, tremendous support all around the world, massive loyalty of fans. We've got fans who are willing to travel 14 hours or whatever it was to get to Kazakhstan via a variety of connecting flights. I think it was incredible effort for those fans who flew all the way to Kazakhstan to watch the game. Tremendous commitment. That's been the way of Celtic fans for as long as I've been a Celtic fan, which is 53 years now. But I'm not sure whether Celtic having even more money would attract really top quality players to the club. Also, what happens with a lot of clubs who spend a lot of money, it's kind of a boom and bust type of thing. If you look at Blackburn in the time of Kenny Dalglish, when they signed Sutton and Shearer and Flowers and Sherwood and so on and so on and so on, they had big success for a few years, and then it all kind of fell apart, and they began kind of struggling for a long time. Some of the clubs in England have had big success, and it's all kind of fallen apart. Okay. I'm just saying, if Celtic had tons of money, would we be signing Alexander Isak? So if we were owned by a Kuwaiti oil sheikh family, would Isak be coming to Celtic rather than going to Liverpool? I suspect he's going to Liverpool because Liverpool are the best club in the world, best club in England at the moment. Tons and tons of money behind them. The amount of money that Liverpool have spent this transfer window has been, I think someone said, the best part of £400 million, which is just absolutely the way that the world is at the moment. A football club shouldn't really be allowed to spend £400 million on players. Certainly, this was always so Celtic have got, probably now they've got the biggest wage budget in Scotland. Rangers up until maybe not last season, but the season before, Rangers had the biggest wage budget in Scottish football, which is part of the reason that they were going bankrupt the second time around, is they were overpaying their players. They got rid of quite a number of the expensive players last season. They've been getting rid of expensive players again this season. I think Celtic probably do have the biggest wage budget in Scottish football now, although our wage budget is smaller than some of the English Championship teams, particularly the ones who've been up and down to the Premier League. Certainly teams like Leicester and Watford, I think, were in the top 20 ahead of where Celtic and Rangers were when they were looking at the top wage budget teams in British football. So I do think part of the reason, part of the investment the board have made has been in players' salaries, player contracts. We're paying £3 million to our current manager. It did appear with Ange Postecoglou that when he left Celtic at the end of his second season, money in essence wasn't the object. It was he wanted to move to a higher level of football, a more prestigious league. So he chose to leave Celtic. No matter how much money Celtic were going to give him, he was decided he was going to move up to the next level. So, financially, Celtic are one of the best run clubs in Europe, if not the world. They've got a tremendous business model. They have made Celtic a very, very investable football club, investable company, which is why so many top-level investment companies and banks and hedge funds and etc. That's why they're investing in Celtic. So, but as I said, my own personal feeling is that Celtic are very much restricted about the country that we are playing in at the moment and the league that we're playing in. I 100% agree that we should maybe not necessarily spend more money, but we should have got a lot better. We should have got a lot better in terms of quality players in through the door. I think some players that we've bought this summer, we've been lucky to get them for the price that we've got them. I think looking at the prices of a lot of players who have been sold today in England and between England and Europe and stuff, the amount of money that these players are going for is ridiculous. And I don't think these players are actually any better because they're being bought for £30 million or £24 million. I can't remember the exact amount of money that Fabio Silva had been bought for by Wolves, but it was an incredible amount of money for a player with a very limited prior career. We all saw Fabio Silva play in the second half of the season for Rangers. He was rubbish, but he was like £35 million at the age of 20. It didn't make him a great player. It made him a very expensive player. And there are so many players out there at the moment. The amount of money they're going for between particularly English club, or coming to English clubs from European clubs, is absolutely obscene. I don't think they're actually that good a player. As someone was talking about earlier on, the money was spent to get Kyogo, Hatate, and Maeda. Kyogo, from memory, was about 4 million. It was about 1.5 to 2 million for Maeda, 1.5 for Hatate. That's what, £8 million. Those players, had we been buying those players from a team in France or buying them from a team in England, they would have been asked for 5 times the price to get those players. But because we're buying them from Japanese football, the prices in that market are much lower down. I fully hear your opinion. You and I have got different opinions about certain things, which is grand. I do agree that Celtic have gone, on the face of it, we've gone backwards, not forwards over this summer transfer window. We'll need to see how these players that we've got, can they turn things around? Can Rodgers and the coaching staff turn it around? Will Rodgers stay? Will Rodgers commit to his 3 years? Will he work as hard as he can for those 3 years? We'll find out. Will he just jump ship at the first opportunity, such as West Ham, Notts Forest, etc., etc.? We'll find out. I think wages is certainly a factor. I think the prestige of the club is a factor. I think Celtic do have lots and lots of money in the bank in many, many ways. That makes us a very secure club. It means that Celtic's actually got a long-term future. It means that Celtic can cope with a not good season. So Sebastian Tunetki, who came from Hammarby in Sweden, the transfer fee was something like 5.2 million or 5.5 million pounds. So that appears to be how much we've paid for him. Tunetki was a player who 6 months ago, Tunetki was a player who was bought by Hammarby for £1 million. So they have made, in the spell between February 2025 and September 25, so 7 months basically, they've made a £4.5 million profit on him. That's quite similar, actually, in a lot of ways to what Celtic have done. We bought Nicholas Kuhn for about 3.5 million. We sold him for 17-18 million this summer. We bought Matt O'Reilly for a couple of million. We then sold him for 25 million. We got Jota for 6 or 7 million. First time around, we sold him for 25 million. We bought him back for 8 million. Obviously, with Kieran Tierney, we developed him internally, sold him for 25 million, and we've got him back for no transfer fee. So if we're talking about Sebastian Tunetki coming from Hammarby, the fee for him was around about 5.2 to 5.5 million. Very, very strange one, because at lunchtime on Monday, Hammarby weren't selling him. They said that the price wasn't the option, that they were going to keep hold of him come what may, and then within a few hours that had completely changed. So whether it was Tunetki said he didn't want to stay at Hammarby any longer and they agreed to let him leave, which is a wee bit similar to what we've done with Kuhn and O'Reilly and Kyogo and lots of other players in the past. It's what we did with Ange Postecoglou. He wanted to leave Celtic. Celtic didn't stand in his way. Yes, One of the other YouTube channels, not sure if you watch it, chap called Sam at Footy Adventures. He's been doing several features about, do you feel sorry for Brendan Rodgers? Do you feel sorry for Russell Martin? I think those both Russell Martin and Brendan Rodgers are very much the face of their club. They're the ones who are doing twice weekly press conferences. They're the ones who are doing interviews with the BBC, the newspapers, Sky, etc. So in some ways, I do feel sorry for them, although Brendan Rodgers is getting paid £3 million a year. It's difficult to feel sorry for Rodgers, who's getting £3.3 million a year. Russell Martin's getting £1.6 million a year. So it's a bit hard to feel sorry for them. When they're getting paid that much, but they do, unfortunately, they are fortunately or unfortunately the face of their clubs. They're the ones who do have to sit in front of the press, the TV, sometimes sit in front of the fans, and sometimes toe the party line. Sometimes they don't toe the party line, and I think that's also caused a bit of difficulty within the club, within the team, and it's created an atmosphere between the club, the board, the players, the manager, etc., that's not been that great either. You make a brilliant point, Clashman Numpty, but the question is whether when there was talk of Celtic buying Miovski last summer before Miovski went off to play for Girona, he didn't have a successful time in Girona, which is why they've sold him for a quarter of the price to come back to Rangers. A lot of Celtic fans weren't at all keen to get Miovski to come to the club. Some Celtic fans were keen for Miovski to come to the club. A lot of Celtic fans weren't keen on Miovski 12 months ago. Again, when it was quite clear that Girona were thinking about selling Miovski, again, a lot of fans were very negative about Celtic signing Miovski. So I'm not massively impressed by the other striker that Rangers signed today. But you're entirely right. They at least have two new strikers. Miovski has shown he's able to play and cope in Scotland. Whether he's a success for Rangers, they don't know. Rangers just sold Cyril Dessers. Cyril Dessers was a very unpopular player at Rangers with the fans, but he did score actually a lot of goals for Rangers. A wee bit similar to Adam Idah scored 20 goals last season, but Celtic fans weren't very keen on him. And he's now gone. I don't know, would fans be happier if Adam Idah had stayed at the club? I think it actually would have been useful with us not having signed anybody for Adam Idah still to be at the club. But yes, okay. I would be very, very surprised if Brendan Rodgers leaves before the end of the season, unless it's to go and manage down in the English Premier League. But we'll find out. So, Hoggy Boy 1967. I, as I said earlier on in this live stream, I think we've still got the best players in Scotland. We've still got the best squad in Scotland. I fully accept that we should have more players of quality through the door. We should have upgrades in a few positions. We should have better depth in a few positions. If we had a bad injury crisis, I think Celtic would be then relying on their young players. Difficult to know how well players like McArdle, Turley, Murray, Donovan, etc. would play if they suddenly became first team starters on a regular basis. With the way that Celtic have managed things in terms of bringing through the young players, we've not done that at all well. We think about the number of players who've come through Celtic's academy to be first team players. We're looking at players like Ralston and McGregor and Forrest, and that's ages and ages ago. Then we've got Kieran Tierney. Kieran Tierney is the last player who's come through Celtic's youth system and academy system that's really turned into a top level star. Welsh is another player. He's never really been a big star at Celtic. He's never really been a quality player. Dane Murray, a lot of people feel he's got the potential to turn into a real high quality Celtic player. With the way the transfer window's gone, it might well be he's going to get an actual chance to prove that, with Johnson being missing for another 10 weeks or so. Anthony Ralston can't play every game. Colby Donovan appears to be the obvious replacement. Rodgers quite clearly said a couple of weeks ago when Johnson got injured that the idea was they were going to promote from within, that Colby Donovan, rather than going to Dundee on loan for a season, was going to stay at Celtic and be the backup to Ralston. I personally would be happy to see Donovan take over as being the number one. The strange thing about the B team is B team's often done better in the UEFA Under-19 League than they have in the Lowland League. I'm not quite sure why that is, but we've actually had often quite good results in the Under-19 UEFA Champions League sort of shadow event, but they certainly have had generally quite disappointing results in the B team, in the Lowland League. I don't actually follow that team terribly closely. I think part of it is they do chop and change and switch around that team a lot, but they tended to play the best 11, the best 15 in the Champions League ones. Yes. So unless the rumours and stories linking the now free agent Kelechi Iheanacho coming to Celtic in the near future are true, the moving on of Adam Idah doesn't make any sense. Because he was a player under contract to Celtic for several years. He was a player who'd been good success in his loan season. I thought a pretty good success, although not as good as we were hoping for in his last season. Certainly didn't start this season at all well. And we should. I don't understand why Celtic have sold players like Kyogo earlier on, like Lagerbielka, like Tilio, like Nicholas Kuhn, and we've not had players to come in straight away to replace them. I can't see the sense in sending Luis Palma and Mike Nawrocki out on loan unless we've got players to come in and be their direct replacements. Not everybody liked Tilio, not everybody liked Luis Palma, not everybody liked Lagerbielka or Nawrocki, etc. But they were fully qualified, good professional footballers. 3 of those players were current internationals. We'll see whether any of them go on to big success at other clubs, be it in their loan spell like Luis Palma or like those players that we've sold on. We'll come back to the South Korean centre forward. He's turned into a big success elsewhere. Tomoki Iwata, big success elsewhere, but they were players that were ditched by Rodgers. Yes. If Celtic had signed Miovski this transfer window, I would have been perfectly happy. He was a player that proved he could score goals in Scottish football. He scored goals against Celtic and goals against Rangers. completely agree with that. A lot of people felt that Miovski hadn't moved up and scored goals for Aberdeen when Aberdeen were playing in European football. They had a really quite unsuccessful European competition under Barry Robson. When Miovski was their star striker, he didn't really score goals for them in that European competition. So a lot of people felt that Miovski wouldn't step up for Celtic to be a good player at Champions League. I think Miovski would score goals for Celtic in the Scottish Premiership. Whether Miovski would be able to score goals for us in Europa League, we don't know. But also, to score goals, generally strikers need people passing them the ball, giving them good crosses, passes, getting them into space in the box. And that's been a real major problem for Celtic at the moment this season, is providing the strikers with scoring opportunities, which is partly why Benjamin Negrin coming from midfield has been, I think he's our top scorer at the moment, and he's coming from midfield. So certainly Rangers have brought in lots of players on transfers, lots of players on loan. They've got rid of lots of players one way or the other. They've sold on players who've been successes for them. So Iheanacho scored a good number of goals from last season. Dezer scored good goals for them, numbers of goals from the last couple of seasons. Both of them have gone. They are doing a massive, massive change of their players. Whether that works out for them in the long term, I have my doubts that it's going to work out well for them in the long term. I think you do need to keep on refreshing your squad, bringing in new players, moving players on, etc. But we'll find out. So we've now been going for 4 hours. It's now 2 o'clock in the morning. I suspect it's probably time to call it a night, call it a day, call it whatever, before it is already tomorrow. It's tomorrow already, but I think it might be a good idea to call it a day. It's been a wonderful 4 hours chatting with fellow Celtic fans. It's been wonderful sharing opinions. It's been wonderful sharing opinions in a very pleasant, respectful, nice atmosphere. It's all been friendly. It's all been amicable. We've had agreements, disagreements. We've had different opinions. We've shared lots of great memories. And that's why I love doing this YouTube channel, is even though we're not getting big subscribers, big viewer numbers, it is still tremendous fun to chat with people, share opinions, and share the love of a club I have loved for 53 years, since the days of Dalglish, McGrain, George Connolly, the first Jackie McNamara, the second Jackie McNamara, Pat Stanton, Latchford, Ronnie Glavin, Joe Craig, etc., etc., etc. Then going into the Larson days, the Lubo Moravchik days, the Shunsuke Nakamura days. It's been wonderful 53 years being a Celtic fan. And hopefully I've got another, 20, 30 years of being a Celtic fan. And if the next 25 years are as good as the last 25 years of being a Celtic fan, it's going to be a great 25 years of being a Celtic fan. Just like the last 25 years have been mostly great years since Martin O'Neill came into the club. Yes, it is a bit chilling when players that were your big favourites when you were a boy are dying, and obviously pretty much all the Lisbon Lions are gone as well. So a lot of us with very long memories of supporting Celtic since the 60s or in my case the early 70s. It is a sad thing. Yes, that is entirely. I could not. That's what a brilliant opinion. We all want the same thing for Celtic. We've got different opinions of how it's going to happen. I think there are different ways of understanding quite what the role of the board is, quite what the role of everybody within the club, and I think the lack of transparency is one of the biggest things. And I do so wish that the AGMs were much more open and there was so much more information shared in the press, in the TV, press conferences, etc., etc. And I think that's a massive problem with being a Celtic fan, is the silence and the lack of information we get from the people who are in charge of the club. Great. Yes, lovely. No, I've got lots of memories of Celtic, and it has been great. It has been great sharing those opinions this evening. Planning another live stream on Thursday evening at 9 o'clock. It's going to be quite a quiet week in a lot of ways, with a lot of players being away on international break. There not being an upcoming fixture, so anyway, we will leave it at that. There, we've done 4 hours and 11 minutes of live streaming. We've had a brilliant time, and we can have more live stream chats in the future. See, my next one I'm planning is Thursday. Hopefully that can go ahead. And so thank you very much for everybody who's participated. Thanks for everybody who's commentated. Thanks for everybody who's listened in and popped in and out. And catch you all again later. And so we'll say good luck to Celtic and hail, hail.